This time we're going to reconvene our Drainage District Board of Directors meeting. The entire court being present, we'll now proceed. Please join us in prayer.
Thank you, Judge. Let us pray. Father God, we give you thanks for another great day that you've given us. Thank you for the opportunities that you give us to come serve you, Father God. I continue to ask for guidance, wisdom, understanding, and all that we do, Lord. Continue to bless this elected board that you've appointed, Lord, the judge and the 4 commissioners, that they continue to make those difficult decisions that affect us all, Lord. We know that they do it in the best interest of our great county, Lord. Continue to provide that wisdom and discernment to myself, my staff, to all the leaders of the county, Lord, so we continue to do what's best for this great county we serve, Lord. I ask all this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, under open forum for the Drainage District, we have 2 presenters. The first one being Virginia Townsend.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm kind of finding out what it's like to 100% support things that this county does. To this day, I still get asked what is going on with the $100 million bond that we passed. I encouraged people to support that. I believed in it. But I'm finding out now that if you don't have answers for what's going on with the $100 million, it gets tough to say I supported it. We still need a very comprehensive way to figure out where it's gone and where it's going. This county has such a responsibility, and I've always backed everything that the county does usually, because I always felt like you were doing it in good faith. But it's getting hard because we have to answer for what we do here. And since I've been here over 30 years, I feel partially responsible for that because I've always supported it. I just ask, I know Raul's trying to get it together and give a comprehensive report, but it's got to be comprehensive. That's the whole point. It's got to be easily understood by people. Well, where it went, where is it going? Why
don't you defer any judgment until Raul makes a presentation? He's actually doing a lot of work on it.
I know he is.
That's what's taken so long.
When I ask one favor, that whenever it is figured out totally, and a $sign by it, and projects by the $signs, when it's done that way, make one report that's easily read and make it available to everybody. Because I still get asked, why were you for that? Why did you ask me to support $100 million on drainage when we're not there yet? We're not, doesn't seem like we're getting there either very fast. We have such a responsibility, and I say we because I've been here so long, but we have such a responsibility to be doing the right thing for the most people, not just some, not just a few. I mean, we're putting tax burdens on the generations to come. So I just ask, I like what Raul does. I trust him, but it's just not easily understood, I guess. And I guess it's not coming fast enough. Whatever, I hate to, but that, like I say, I feel partially responsible.
All right.
Thank you.
Next presenter is K.C. Fletcher.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. I'm from, speaking as a citizen of Precinct 2, La Tierra de Eddie Cantu, I guess. And I'm here to ask for consideration and action on public access to the drainage ditches, and we need to ditch that term ditch and replace it with waterside walkway to far better health, spelled PHARR, of course. And exercise, as we're going to find out, is going to be very important to keep us the heck out of the hospital. And the hospital district, I'm sure, will come next, and a lot of discussion about that, but it's for our health. And if we combine with the federal government, for instance, the jewel of their Fish and Wildlife Reserve is Santa Ana. That's now been incorporated into the ETJ, extraterritorial jurisdiction of FAR. So that's going to be ours too. And in particular, I visited with my Precinct 2 administrative offices off of Hall Acres Road. Excuse me. And just to the north of it is unusable for building. There's no possibility of putting a structure on the detention area. And if you look at it with a satellite map, you can Google it right now, and you can see the people in the surrounding neighborhood have voted with their feet. You know, there's a path, a walking path. And I'm proposing to get things started as the linear bike and hike trails limping along, you know, going through the process and everything that's required. We can, for low expense, you know, start up in the center of this project and establish a healthful, beneficial path for the citizens there. And also, it might be added that if you live within 1/4 of a mile of green space, and the city of FAR, I'm sorry to say, is deficient in park space and really deficient in trees. Only 1/10 of 1% of FAR has any trees, so we need to think about putting the shade. Once we have the shade, we'll have it made in the shade, but first the shade has to be made. But anyway, it'd be interlocally a resolution that I want to try to make you all aware of, and I'm sure Commissioner Cantu discussed it previously. And we want to make it interlocal with FAR, San Juan, McAllen, and particularly PSJA, and make this a working wetland study area with a nearby school. So all this is doable. Most of it is there. It exists because of the requirement to have the detention facility. And as the linear trail park becomes into fruition, it's going to start by law at San Juan and eventually extend through there. But if we can attract attention and not have anybody arrested, I think technically when you go wandering around on county property, I think it's all posted, you know, legally. And I haven't seen anybody arrested yet. So those are just some suggestions from far away far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Our consent agenda, any concerns?
No, sir, Judge.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
If I may, item 5.
Item number 5, maybe we can defer till next week unless you're ready.
Of course. No. I was just going to kind of real quickly just say that we are working on our website, and all the details and numbers being put together that was mentioned earlier in public comments. And
do you have an idea as to the time schedule?
We're hoping that we can wrap it up by the end of the year, Judge. It's a lot of information. We're trying to go into details of everything. We're going to show project costs, engineering costs, acquisition costs, everything. It's going to be very transparent. The public's going to see all the details of the projects.
Can you make sure that you insert $100 million were never sold?
No, sir. We have $84 million that we have approval for, and the $100 million is set aside for just the Rainbow Drain,
Okay.
and that there's a.
Can you also include
that.
the amount of the millions of dollars that we've received from water development?
Of course.
All non-local tax dollars that we've been
GLO,
able to
everything, yes, sir. We're going to break all that
Just
down.
to make sure that it's all conclusive to see the good work that's been done on drainage.
What we're looking at, just in Commissioner, real quick, I know, we're looking at focusing on the bond and then eventually focus on all our projects that we're doing, that we're partnering with the precincts and GLO monies and doing all that drainage improvements that we're doing countywide. Yes, sir. And we're preparing it even though I didn't do very well in ninth grade, but we're preparing like a ninth grader can read it. So hopefully that'll be good for everybody.
Well, and just for the public's awareness, it's always a moving variable. You got GLO, you got
Yes,
mitigation grants, you got water development board, you got water grants.
We're always pursuing
you got
partnerships.
Partnership projects that we're extending every dollar. So it's a moving piece. So I thank you and applaud you for the effort of putting it all together because it's extremely comprehensive.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do partner with cities all the time and
Late
everything.
bloomer, bro.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll get it done. We'll put it together, okay? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item 6, if I may. Resolution in honor of Oscar Salazar for years of service with the Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1. Supervisor, come on up, guys. Para acá, venga. No, usted es el mero mero. Usted es aquí. Usted es el bueno.
Robert Smart. Hello, Mayor.
Aquí se pare conmigo. Pasen aquí. Dale vuelta. Déjame leer esto rápido. Vamos a darle aquí para enfrente rápido. We just have a little resolution. Salazar has been with the district for 29 years, served the district for a long period of time. We really appreciate his efforts. Ha servido del distrito 29 años y el esfuerzo que ha hecho para mejorar el distrito con su trabajo ha sido algo excelente, algo muy bueno para nosotros. Y this resolution, it's in his honor. So if I may, Judge, may I read it for the record, please? Resolución en honor del señor Oscar Salazar por sus 29 años de servicio. Ya que el señor Oscar Salazar está siendo reconocido por sus 29 años de trabajo excepcional, su integridad y su dedicación al distrito de drenaje número 1 del condado de Hidalgo y todos los residentes del condado de Hidalgo, y ya que el señor Salazar nació el día 31 de julio de 1951 en Linares, Nuevo León, siendo sus padres la señora María de la Cruz Hernández y el señor Francisco Salazar. El señor Salazar se casó con su adorada esposa Hortensia Salazar en 1978, teniendo 2 hijos, Óscar Eduardo Salazar y Erika María Salazar. Y ya que el señor Salazar empezó su carrera el día 16 de julio de 1987 como jornalero con el distrito de drenaje número 1 del condado de Hidalgo, pero su dedicación como líder y motivación a través de los años lo promovieron con el título de asistente de supervisor en jefe. Y ya que el señor Salazar es muy conocido por sus conocimientos y amor al deporte de béisbol, y ha dedicado innumerables horas sirviendo como mentor y modelo a seguir para miles de jóvenes del Valle de Río Grande, y ya que el señor Salazar en su tiempo libre ha contribuido a mejorar y restaurar en muchas ocasiones los parques de béisbol en el condado de Hidalgo para el beneficio de nuestra comunidad y nuestros jóvenes, y ya que durante su jubilación el señor Salazar mira hacia el futuro para pasar más tiempo con su esposa y sus hijos, haciendo y disfrutando más tiempo como familia. Ahora por se ha determinado que la Junta Directiva del Distrito de Drenaje número 1 del Condado de Hidalgo reconoce y honra al Oscar Salazar por su extraordinario servicio, dedicación y entrega durante sus 29 años de servicio a la comunidad y a los ciudadanos del Condado de Hidalgo, y en este día desea una larga, saludable y provechosa jubilación. A fecha el día 9 de agosto de 2016. Muchas gracias. Lo queremos reconocer con algo que un regalito nomás por su dedicación de 29 años, pero tenemos también mi casco. Y también lo preparamos.
Pues nada más quiero darle las gracias a todos los que juntos trabajamos y respetar las autoridades que son ustedes, al señor Raúl Cecín, a Jaime Salazar, a Robert de León y a todos mis compañeros. Y pues yo no sé hablar, pero les doy las gracias de corazón.
Gracias.
Okay. Bueno, tienen uno con la familia primero y luego con todos. Por favor.
Can I have my brother come up?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Joseph, you want to slide this one? You want to slide this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can split them up.
Or I can go down.
Ahora, si podemos con todos, por favor. Si no sabes cómo se llama, está bien. Ya estamos subiendo el fondo.
And some of you can stand in front. And some of you can stand over here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Other side.
I need you to step down and you all to step over to me. Step over.
Te quieren sacar el retrato, Raúl.
Good to see you, man.
Very well, thanks.
You vote for Pedro. Yeah. For president. That one.
Okay, Rose.
Thank you very much, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate that very much. If I may, I'll move on to item 7, acceptance and approval to exercise the Drainage District's option to extend the professional services contract with South Texas Land Investigations for an additional 1 year under same rates, terms, and condition, which is the final year, for title report services in connection to the acquisition of land and disposition of district-owned property, contract number ACDD 1-14-023-0909.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, requesting approval to enter into 36-month lease agreement with Apple Financial Services to the district's membership with the Texas Department of Information Resources, DIR, contract
Yes.
number DIR SED 2068 for the lease of 2 Mac Pro 15-inch with Retina display laptops in the amount of $126.50 per month.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, approval for district manager to consent to non-objection letter of Electric Transmission Texas concerning easement being a 7.16 acre tract of land out of lots 18, 19, and 20, Block A, Retama Acre subdivision. This is part of the J09 project. It's basically it's an overlapping easement that we have with ETT. Legal is reviewing that. We've been in communication with ETT, and I would like this approval subject
Move for
to
approval.
legal review, and so I can execute once he approves it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, in accordance with Section 791.001 of the Texas Government Code, requesting approval of interlocal agreement between the Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 and Hidalgo County, Texas, as it relates to Mile 6 West and Mile 4 Area Drainage Improvement Project at El Obispado Subdivision.
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Just for the record, I apologize. The days on that interlocal is 270 days from the time it gets executed to the time it terminates. We feel we'll have the project done by then. That's not the project length time, but it is the interlocal length time. So I'd like to add that for the record. It's 270 days interlocal time. Okay?
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. Item 11, approval and local agreement between Dow County Drainage District Number 1 and County of Hidalgo authorizing the purchase, assignment, and transfer of engineering and appraisal services provided under contracts between Hidalgo County and TESDA Infrastructure and Leonel Garza Jr. and Associates, LLC, for the J09 drainage project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 12, request approval to amend IBWC amended permit number LSF/G730 for the Far McAllen Drain to add an outfall at the main floodway waterway and to give the general manager authorization to execute documents. So a project that we have, it's actually a bond issue project that we're going to be building a structure at IBWC. We've got the permit. It's just a matter of amending the permit now and so we can put it out to bid.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 13, request approval, 13A, request approval to create one tire repair specialist for the maintenance and operation budget, set salary of $31,255.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
And item
unanimously.
B, request approval to revise salary schedule and budget amendment to fund new position through the end of 2016 in an amount of $19,940.91.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 14, requesting approval and execution of right of entry to property owned by San Mateo Investments LLC as it relates to parcels out of lots 3, 4, and 6, Section 250, Texas Mexican Railway Company Survey, Hidalgo County, Texas, Volume 2, page 29, Hidalgo County Map Records. This is a project that we're working in the Kenyon area, mile 17. It's going to allow us to basically create and expand our system to an area that was heavily affected during the floods last year in Precinct 4. It's about a 10-acre donation that the owner is donating. We're working with the deed right now to get the deed amended with legal review. Right now, legal's reviewed the right of entry, which will allow us to start construction and expand our system, which will serve that area very well and will provide future, opportunity for drainage in that area. So,
Move for approval.
recommend approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 15, presentation of bids received with the purpose of award and approval to execute construction contracts with multiple vendors submitting the lowest and best bids, meeting specifications as recommended by project engineer Mr. Jorge Gonzalez with the Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 for Hidalgo Precinct Number 1, Mile 6 West and Mile 14 North Area Drainage Improvement Project, RFP number ACDD 1 16-031-0713. Item A would be Jimenez Engineering Solutions, DBA International Consulting, Inc., engineers, with the base bid ad alter number 4 and ad alter number 6 in the amount of $433,027. Contract number CHDDD 1-16-031A0809. And if I may, I'll read B for the record as well. It will be RDH Sites and Concrete LLC, ad alternate number 7, ad alternate number 9, and ad alternate number 10 for the amount of $343,525. Contract number CHCDD 1-16-031B0809. Total project will be awarded to both vendors in the amount of $766,552.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor,
And pending House Bill 1295.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 16, request approval of closing documents that relates to parcel 51 J09 project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We do have executive closed session items.
At this time, we'll go into executive session. Board of Directors may go into closed session pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071 and 551.072.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going into executive session at 10:22.
All right, we're now back in open session.
Yes, Judge. Item AA, no action taken. Item AB, none as well. And item C, will proceed as directed. Sir? Nothing else.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. this time, we're going to be convening our regular meeting of the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court. The entire court being present, we have a quorum. Please join us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the blessings that you give us. Thank you for living in a free country. Thank you for all the blessings that brings. That people can disagree and yet agree is the mark of a good citizen, and people who can always work together for the common good. We ask you, dear Lord, we need help for guidance. We need help to do the right thing. We need help for our commissioners and our judge to be fair and always do the right thing for all the people. We ask you to bless our families, bless our nation, and we ask these things in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Any concerns with the consent agenda?
There's two items, 11C and 11M. Make a motion without 11C and 11M.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Under consent agenda item 11C, the response is purchasing acknowledges the correction for the minutes in the record that the invoice number, the correct number is 11325786. On consent agenda 11M, purchasing acknowledges the correction of the contract number for the minutes in the record as C-16-258-06-14. That's all I have. I recommend approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. This time we're going to reconvene our Drainage District Board of Directors meeting. The entire court being present, we'll now proceed. Please join us in prayer.
Thank you, Judge. Let us pray. Father God, we give you thanks for another great day that you've given us. Thank you for the opportunities that you give us to come serve you, Father God. I continue to ask for guidance, wisdom, understanding, and all that we do, Lord. Continue to bless this elected board that you've appointed, Lord, the judge and the four commissioners, that they continue to make those difficult decisions that affect us all, Lord. We know that they do it in the best interest of our great county, Lord. Continue to provide that wisdom and discernment to myself, my staff, to all the leaders of the county, Lord, so we continue to do what's best for this great county we serve, Lord. I ask all this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Under open forum for the Drainage District, we have two presenters. The first one being Virginia Townsend.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm kind of finding out what it's like to 100% support things that this county does. To this day, I still get asked what is going on with the $100 million bond that we passed. I encouraged people to support that. I believed in it. But I'm finding out now that if you don't have answers for what's going on with the $100 million, it gets tough to say I supported it. We still need a very comprehensive way to figure out where it's gone and where it's going. This county has such a responsibility, and I've always backed everything that the county does usually, because I always felt like you were doing it in good faith. but it's getting hard because we have to answer for what we do here. And since I've been here over 30 years, I feel partially responsible for that because I've always supported it. I just ask, I know Raul's trying to get it together and give a comprehensive report, but it's got to be comprehensive. That's the whole point. It's got to be easily understood by people.
Well,
Where it went, where is it going?
Why don't you defer any judgment until Raul makes a presentation? He's actually doing a lot of work on it.
I know he is.
That's what's taking so long.
When I ask one favor that whenever it is figured out totally and a dollar sign by it and projects by the dollar signs, when it's done that way, make one report that's easily read and make it available to everybody. Because I still get asked, why were you for that? Why did you ask me to support $100 million on drainage when we're not there yet? We're not, doesn't seem like we're getting there either very fast. We have such a responsibility, and I say we because I've been here so long, but we have such a responsibility to be doing the right thing for the most people, not just some, not just a few. I mean, we're putting tax burdens on the generations to come. So I just ask, I like what Raul does, I trust him, but it's just not easily understood, I guess, and I guess it's not coming fast enough. Whatever, I hate to, but that, like I say, I feel partially responsible.
All right.
Thank you.
Next presenter is K.C. Fletcher.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. I'm from, speaking as a citizen of Precinct 2, La Tierra de Eddie Cantu, I guess. And I'm here to ask for consideration and action on public access to the drainage ditches. And we need to ditch that term ditch and replace it with waterside walkway to far better health, spelled PHARR, of course. And exercise, as we're going to find out, is going to be very important to keep us the heck out of the hospital. And the hospital district, I'm sure, will come next, and a lot of discussion about that. But it's for our health. And if we combine with the federal government, for instance, the jewel of their Fish and Wildlife Reserve is Santa Ana. That's now been incorporated into the ETJ, extraterritorial jurisdiction of FAR. So that's going to be ours too. And in particular, I visited with my Precinct 2 administrative offices off of Hall Acres Road, excuse me, and just to the north of it is unusable for building. There's no possibility of putting a structure on the detention area. And if you look at it with a satellite map, you can Google it right now, and you can see the people in the surrounding neighborhood have voted with their feet. You know, there's a path, a walking path. And I'm proposing to get things started as the linear bike and hike trails limping along, you know, going through the process and everything that's required. We can, for low expense, you know, start up in the center of this project and establish a healthful, beneficial path for the citizens there. And also, it might be added that if you live within a fourth of a mile of green space, and the city of FAR, I'm sorry to say, is deficient in park space and really deficient in trees. Only 0.1% of FAR has any trees, so we need to think about putting the shade. Once we have the shade, we'll have it made in the shade, but first the shade has to be made. But anyway, it'd be interlocally a resolution that I want to try to make you all aware of, and I'm sure Commissioner Cantu discussed it previously. And we want to make it interlocal with FAR, San Juan, McAllen, and particularly PSJA, and make this a wetland a working wetland study area with a nearby school. So all this is doable. Most of it is there. It exists because of the requirement to have the detention facility. And as the linear trail park becomes into fruition, it's going to start by law at San Juan and eventually extend through there. But if we can attract attention and not have anybody arrested, I think technically when you go wandering around on county property, I think it's all posted, legally. And I haven't seen anybody arrested yet. So those are just some suggestions from far away far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Our consent agenda, any concerns?
No, sir, Judge.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
If I may, item 5.
Item number 5, maybe we can defer till next week unless you're ready.
Of course. No. I was just going to kind of real quickly just say that we are working on our website and all the details and numbers being put together that was mentioned earlier in the public comments. And
do you have an idea as to the time schedule?
We're hoping that we can wrap it up by the end of the year, Judge. It's a lot of information. We're trying to go into details of everything. We're going to show project costs, engineering costs, acquisition costs, everything. It's going to be very transparent. The public's going to see all the details of the projects.
Can you make sure that you insert $100 million were never sold?
No, sir. We have $84 million that we have approval for, and the $100 million is set aside for just the Rainbow Drain, and that there's a.
Can you also include the amount of the millions of dollars that we've received from water development?
Of course.
All non-local tax dollars that we've been
GLO, everything. Yes, sir. We're going to break all that down.
Just to make sure that it's all conclusive to see the good work that's been done on drainage.
What we're looking at, just in Commissioner, real quick, I know, we're looking at focusing on the bond and then eventually focus on all our projects that we're doing, that we're partnering with the precincts and GLO monies and doing all that drainage improvements that we're doing countywide. Yes, sir. And we're preparing it. Even though I didn't do very well in 9th grade, but we're preparing like a 9th grader can read it. So hopefully that'll be good for everybody.
Well, and just for the public's awareness, it's always a moving variable. You got GLO, you got mitigation grants, you got water development board, you got water grants.
We're always pursuing partnerships.
Partnership projects that we're extending every dollar. So it's a moving piece. So I thank you and applaud you for the effort of putting it all together because it's extremely comprehensive.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do partner with cities all the time and everything. Yes, appreciate it. Thank you. We'll get it done. We'll put it together, okay? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item 6, if I may. Resolution in honor of Oscar Salazar for years of service with the Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1. Supervisor, come on up, guys. Por acá, vénganse por acá. No, usted es el mero mero. Usted es aquí. Usted es el bueno.
Robert Smart.
Hello, Mayor.
How you doing?
Aquí se pare conmigo. Pasen aquí. Dale vuelta. Déjame leer esto rápido. Vamos a darle aquí para enfrente rápido. We just have a little resolution. Salazar has been with the district for 29 years, served the district for a long period of time. We really appreciate his efforts. Ha servido del distrito 29 años y el esfuerzo que ha hecho para mejorar el distrito con su trabajo ha sido algo excelente, algo muy bueno para nosotros. Y this resolution, it's in his honor. So if I may, Judge, may I read it for the record, please? Resolución en honor del señor Oscar Salazar por sus 29 años de servicio. Ya que el señor Oscar Salazar está siendo reconocido por sus 29 años de trabajo excepcional, su integridad y su dedicación al distrito de drenaje número 1 del condado de Hidalgo y todos los residentes del condado de Hidalgo, y ya que el señor Salazar nació el día 31 de julio de 1951 en Linares, Nuevo León, siendo sus padres la señora María de la Cruz Hernández y el señor Francisco Salazar. El señor Salazar se casó con su adorada esposa Hortensia Salazar en 1978, teniendo 2 hijos, Óscar Eduardo Salazar y Erika María Salazar. Y ya que el señor Salazar empezó su carrera el día 16 de julio de 1987 como jornalero con el distrito de drenaje número 1 del condado de Hidalgo, pero su dedicación como líder y motivación a través de los años lo promovieron con el título de asistente de supervisor en jefe, y ya que el señor Salazar es muy conocido por sus conocimientos y amor al deporte de béisbol, y ha dedicado innumerables horas sirviendo como mentor y modelo a seguir para miles de jóvenes del Valle de Río Grande, y ya que el señor Salazar en su tiempo libre ha contribuido a mejorar y restaurar en muchas ocasiones los parques de béisbol en el condado de Hidalgo para el beneficio de nuestra comunidad y nuestros jóvenes, y ya que durante su jubilación el señor Salazar mira hacia el futuro para pasar más tiempo con su esposa y sus hijos, haciendo y disfrutando más tiempo como familia. Ahora por se ha determinado que la Junta Directiva del Distrito de Drenaje número 1 del Condado de Hidalgo reconoce y honra al Óscar Salazar por su extraordinario servicio, dedicación y entrega durante sus 29 años de servicio a la comunidad y a los ciudadanos del Condado de Hidalgo, y en este día desea una larga, saludable y provechosa jubilación. Fecha el día 9 de agosto de 2016. Muchas gracias. Lo queremos reconocer con algo un regalito nomás por su dedicación de 29 años que tenemos también. Y también lo preparamos.
Pues nada más quiero darle las gracias a todos los que juntos trabajamos y respetar las autoridades que son ustedes, al señor Raúl Cecín, a Jaime Salazar, a Robert de León y a todos mis compañeros. Y pues yo no sé hablar, pero les doy las gracias de corazón.
Gracias.
Uno con la familia primero y luego con todos. Por favor.
Can I have my brother come up?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Joseph, you want to slide this one? You want to slide this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can split them up.
Or I can go down.
Good.
Thank you.
Ahora, si podemos con todos, por favor. Si no sabes cómo se llama, está bien. Ya todos se sienten.
And some of you can stand in front. And some of you can stand over here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Another side. I need you to step down. I need you all to step over. Step over.
Te quieren sacar el retrato, Raúl.
Good to see you, man.
Good. Very well, thanks.
You llamó Pedro.
For president. That one.
Okay, Raul.
Thank you very much, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate that very much. If I may, I'll move on to item 7, acceptance and approval to exercise the Drainage District's option to extend the professional services contract with South Texas Land Investigations for an additional 1 year under same rates, terms, and condition, which is the final year, for title report services in connection to the acquisition of land and disposition of district-owned property, contract number ACDD 1-14-023-0909.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, requesting approval to enter into 36-month lease agreement with Apple Financial Services through the district membership with the Texas Department of Information Resources, DIR, contract number DIR SED 2068 for the lease of 2 Mac Pro 15-inch with Retina display laptops in the amount of $126.50 per month.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, approval for district manager to consent to non-objection letter of Electric Transmission Texas concerning easement being a 7.16 acre tract of land out of lots 18, 19, and 20, Block A, Retama Acre subdivision. This is part of the J09 project. It's basically it's an overlapping easement that we have with ETT. Legal is reviewing that. We've been in communication with ETT, and I would like this approval subject to legal review, and so I can execute once he approves it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, in accordance with Section 791.001 of the Texas Government Code, requesting approval of interlocal agreement between Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 and Hidalgo County, Texas, as it relates to Mile 6 West and Mile 4 Area Drainage Improvement Project at Obispado Subdivision.
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Just for the record, I apologize. The days on that interlocal is 270 days from the time it gets executed to the time it terminates. We feel we'll have the project done by then. That's not the project length time, but it is the interlocal length time. So I'd like to add that for the record. It's 270 days, interlocal time. Okay?
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. Item 11, approval of local agreement between Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 and County of Hidalgo authorizing the purchase, assignment, and transfer of engineering and appraisal services provided under contracts between Hidalgo County and TESDA Infrastructure and Leon Garza Jr. and Associates, LLC, for the J09 drainage project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 12, request approval to amend IBWC amended permit number LSF/G730 for the Far McAllen Drain to add an outfall at the main floodway waterway and to give the general manager authorization to execute documents. So a project that we have, it's actually a bond issue project that we're going to be building a structure at IBWC. We've got the permit. It's just a matter of amending the permit now and so we can put it out to bid.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 13, 13A, request approval to create one tire repair specialist from the maintenance and operation budget, set salary of $31,255.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
And item
unanimously.
B, request approval to revise salary schedule and budget amendment to fund new position through the end of 2016 in an amount of $19,940.91.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 14, requesting approval and execution of right of entry to property owned by San Mateo Investments LLC as it relates to parcels out of lots 3, 4, and 6, Section 250, Texas Mexican Railway Company Survey, Hidalgo County, Texas, Volume 2, page 29, Hidalgo County Map Records. This is a project that we're working in the Kenyon area, mile 17. It's going to allow us to basically create and expand our system to an area that was heavily affected in the floods last year in Precinct 4. It's about a 10-acre donation that the owner is donating. We're working with the deed right now to get the deed submitted with legal review. Right now, legal's reviewed the right of entry, which will allow us to start construction and expand our system, which will serve that area very well and will provide future, opportunity for drainage in that area. So, recommend approval.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 15, presentation of bids received with the purpose of award and approval to execute construction contracts with multiple vendors submitting the lowest and best bids, meeting specifications as recommended by project engineer Mr. Jorge Gonzalez with the Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 for Hidalgo Precinct Number 1, Mile 6 West and Mile 14 North Area Drainage Improvement Project, RFP number ACDD 1-16-031-0713. Item A would be Jimenez Engineering Solutions, DBA International Consulting, Inc., engineers with the base bid ad alter number 4 and ad alter number 6 in the amount of $433,027. Contract number CHDDD 1-16031A0809. And if I may, I'll read B for the record as well. It will be RDH Sites and Concrete LLC, ad alternate number 7, ad alternate number 9, and ad alternate number 10 for the amount of $343,525. Contract number CHCDD 1-16031B0809. Total project will be awarded to both vendors in the amount of $766,552.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
And pending House Bill 1295.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 16, request approval of closing documents that relates to parcel 51 J09 project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We do have executive closed session items.
At this time, we'll go into executive session. Board of Directors may go into closed session pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071 and 551.072.
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going into executive session at 10:22.
All right, we're now back in open session.
Yes, Judge. Item AA, no action taken. Item AB, none as well. And item C, will proceed as directed. Sir? Nothing else.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, we're going to be proceeding to item number 5, our elections administration. Item 5A1, discussion, consideration, and acceptance of the petition for the creation of a countywide healthcare district pursuant to Chapter 1122 of the Special District Local Laws Code of the State of Texas. To clarify the record, we have received 2 petitions pursuant to Chapter 1122 of the Special District Local Laws of the State of Texas. The first petition was deemed inadequate because it failed to provide the amount of the rate requested to be adopted, the tax rate requested to be adopted. The second petition complied with the requirements of Chapter 286 of the Texas Health and Safety Code and all applicable state laws. And this second petition is the one we will consider and determine whether because it provides a tax rate and is in the petition. The tax rate being requested is 8 cents per $100 valuation if adopted. Our role, that being the County Commissioners Court, is simply to verify and determine whether at least 50 registered voters of our county have signed this petition. We have requested that our elections administrator, Ms. Yvonne Ramon, and her department and her office make the determination whether or not at least 50 of the signatures on the petition are in fact signatures of valid registered voters.
Excuse me, Judge. Need to ask something. Is that legal for anybody to set a tax rate except you all in a duly called meeting to do it?
But we are going to do it if in fact they meet the requirements.
But I thought it was not legal for anybody to set a tax rate except you all.
Well, that's part of the process that's going to be involved in this morning.
Okay?
There is a tax rate being requested. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So
I know. One thing also I want to say is I've been here, like I say, over 30 years, and I have never been a part of history, but I am today, because if you do this, what you are doing is, for the first time ever, accepting a blanket tax increase. You've never done that before.
Well, there's no blanket. It's got a figure of 8 cents.
Well, I know, but that is. Basically, you can't get away from it. What I'm saying is I started with Ramiro Guerra, and there was a judge who absolutely would never do anything like this. He would not. He would never raise taxes.
I knew Mr. Garrett. I'm sure he wouldn't be violating the law. I mean, you understand that our position here is very simple. We are being asked to determine whether or not 50 people, 50 registered voters signed this petition requesting that this election be conducted to create this health district. We're not here saying we favor it. We're not here saying we support it or we don't support it. We're not taking a position on that issue. We are simply determining, because we are required by the law that was passed by the Texas House of Representatives, the Texas Senate, and allowed to become law by the governor of this state, requiring us to do this. And the reason that we're doing it is because we have the responsibility of conducting all elections in this county that are county-wide elections.
Judge, and I agree with that, except I think Ms. Townsend's point is very important in that I've read the bill, I've read the representative's bill analysis, I've read the email from the Secretary of State, and they're having real trouble determining how the amount of pennies we were able to put in the ballot. The bill says that the Commissioner's Court creates the tax rate, but it didn't. I mean, it's a badly written bill. The bill should have said you have a ballot that can be put on by 50 people or more, but it doesn't say how you determine the amount. It says the initial ad valorem tax shall be imposed at the rate of blank cents, but it doesn't say how that's determined. But if you read the bill and the representative's analysis, it says we set the tax rate. So should we set the tax rate first and then accept the
letter, petition,
the petition from the 50 people?
Yeah, well, we have some guidance from the Secretary of State.
She's confused as heck, Judge. She's saying...
Well, let me just read the part that I believe applies. It appears from the legislative history of the section that the district would be similar to a hospital district under Chapter 286 of the Health and Safety Code, which it is. In that type of district, the petition for creation would also have to state the tax rate to be adopted. And that's what they have done, and they've put in the figure of 8 cents is what they're requesting, that the tax rate be that is to be adopted.
But we don't have to accept that.
Is there going to be a cap, Judge?
No.
Well, the cap is the 25, I believe 25 cents. 25.
But why do they tell us what the tax rate is? If we're the Commissioner's Court and the bill says that we set the tax rate, shouldn't we set the tax rate and then that amount is put into the ballot?
Well,
I mean, what you're saying is that by approving the 8 cent ballot, that we're setting the tax rate at 8 cents. Shouldn't we have a vote as to what the tax rate's going to be?
Well, we're going to be having a vote on what is being requested, and what is being requested is that an election be held to create the healthcare district, and that the tax rate that is to be adopted be the 8 cents.
Judge, if I may.
And what if we disagree? What if we agree to a lower number or higher number?
Well, if you have a basis for it, I mean, we're here to discuss
sure.
it.
Well, I'm just bringing out the points because, I mean, I read the bill. If the bill would have just said, "Hey, the petition could say we can put the tax rate in the petition," well, then it's crystal clear. But the bill didn't say that. So then you read the rest of the bill, and it says that we, the county, and I'll go to it. It says, long bill. The budget is effective with approval by the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court. So it doesn't talk about what rate you're supposed to put in the ballot, but it says that we set the tax rate.
Right.
I mean, the Secretary of State, if it was clear, she would have said, "Hey, it's crystal clear. I mean, if they give you 8 cents in the petition, then approve 8 cents." But she's confused.
Well, that's what we had talked about a year and a half ago, wasn't it, Judge? A year?
Right,
No,
but
no, but I mean 8 cents.
let me read another section of the Secretary of State's memo. The issue of who sets the tax rate used on the ballot is not covered by that particular bill, which created Section 1122.021 or House Bill 1596, which amended Section 1122.021. And that issue would determine which petition controls in this case. However, it appears from the legislative history of the section that the district would be similar to a hospital district under Chapter 286 of the Health and Safety Code. In that type of district, the petition for creation would also have to state the tax rate to be adopted. And they have stated the requested tax rate to be adopted. Now we can either vote for it or against it.
Sure. Well, Eric, I mean, what I want to do is make it clear that the bill says that the Commissioners Court approves the tax rate. The Representative Guerra's own notes say the budget and tax rate must be approved by Hidalgo County Commissioners Court. I agree with you, what you've said from day one, that if we receive a petition that we have to put on the ballot. But I think the tax rate is a separate issue. And so, I mean, if you want to put that to a vote with that tax rate, then we can vote on that.
Judge,
I'm going to disagree with it, but
I think it would be prudent of ourselves to obviously discuss before taking in public comment, because there are people here for and against this that we ask. We answer that question pertaining to the 8 cents.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think right now we need to.
Can I make a comment, Judge? I just want to follow up what Commissioner Cantu is saying. I believe what the Secretary of State is saying about a hospital district is not correct. The original section on the Hidalgo County Hospital District says the ballot for an election under this section must be printed to permit voting for or against the proposition. And the language is the creation of the Hidalgo County Hospital District, providing for the imposition of an ad valorem tax at a rate not to exceed 75 cents on each 100. That was the original. That's all. You create a district, you go put the proposition, then later on it says how you set the tax rate. The district administrator sets a budget, goes to court, and the whole thing. But the hospital district reference there does not jive with what is written in the section for the original Hidalgo County. It just says you put it a proposition, and the voters vote yes or nay. Then later on,
how do you reconcile the language from the Secretary of State that the petition for creation, which is what's going to be presented, would also have to state the tax rate to be adopted?
Well, how do you reconcile that with the original language of the Hidalgo County District that just says you put on the proposition on the ballot, the creation of a district, yay or nay. Later on, once it's approved, then you deal with the tax issue. That's the original.
And that's one way of doing it. The other way that could have been done,
I may be wrong, but that's the original.
We could have set the tax rate with an agenda item, and then we could have approved the petition. Why are they combined?
If I may state for the record, Raul, just to clarify, what you're reciting is the previous law.
Excuse me, sir?
What you were reciting is the previous law, as legal counsel is making.
That's right. That's what they're referencing. They're saying that the hospital districts normally set the tax rate, and that's not true.
Right.
The hospital districts create the district, then they go about determining the funding needs, then they set the tax rate based on the funding needs.
Steve,
Am I?
But Steve, couldn't we just cure this if we had an agenda item specifically on the tax rate instead of having them tell us what the tax rate is? We need to set the tax rate.
Well, that's what was recommended last year.
And Commissioner, you have to have a petition. That is what they're here to do today. That would be step one.
Right.
That the community bring a petition and then you would
So a
determine
petition
the
with a
tax rate.
blank, we accept it, like the judge has said, for a while since I've been here, that we have to accept that if there's 50 signatures. And then we come back and set the tax rate here?
You could set the tax rate now, but what you said before, that you could set the tax rate and then petition, it would have to be the other way. Today,
I got you.
there is a petition. And then that gives the governing board the authority then to set the rate.
Ms. Lamont,
If that's the,
So we
we
accept
can
the
vote for the
petition with a
petition.
blank, with no tax rate.
that's not what the state
Hold on
said.
just a minute. Steve, how do you read this?
Well,
And
I
the
agree
invoice
with
number line,
what
you
the
said.
commissioner said, and I think the Secretary of State also agrees with us, that the bill is not drafted as well as it could be.
All right, we can get beyond that. I
We
think
can
we all
we
agree.
can get beyond that, but the concern I have is when you look at 1222.021, that's under the temporary provisions, F states what the language on the ballot has to
It's
have.
not 12, it's 11, I think.
I'm sorry, is it 11?
Yeah.
1122.
1122.021, under temporary provisions, subsection F, states that the ballot for an election under this section shall be printed to permit voting for or against the proposition, then it's in quotes. And that's the language that has to go on the ballot. And when you get down the tax rate, it says a blank, then it says parentheses, insert amount. The problem is the amount to be inserted has got to be inserted by either the people who are bringing the petition. The only other body who could insert that rate would be the Commissioner's Court. There's only two bodies that could.
But Steve,
one of the-
everything says that we have to set the tax rate. How can
But
we
it's
accept?
not. But it's not in the bill. That's my point.
Well, I agree. It's not in the bill. It's in the bill that we create the tax rate. We agree on that.
Well, no. Let me back up. Remember when I started out, I said temporary provisions. This is under the temporary provisions. That what you were reading later on the bill is outside temporary provisions. It's in the permanent
Well, but
provisions.
so because it's not clear, you go to the representative's notes and it says the budget and tax rate must be approved by Hidalgo County Commissioners Court.
Right. So my solution is this:
Okay.
as long as for the ballot itself, only for the ballot, as long as the Commissioners Court will agree with the petitioners that is the initial tax rate, then if the election passes, then I think you go back to this other provision about the Commissioners Court gets with the director of the hospital district, of healthcare district, and then you go through the budget, and then you set the tax rate.
so although they could read 8%, you can come back and reduce it?
Because if you go back to the other section that talks about how the budget's prepared, and that you work in consultation with the director of the healthcare district, and then you set the tax rate.
But if you leave it open-ended, the community's not going to know what they're voting for.
That's my issue. I'm saying I think you have to initially agree with the petitioners at the 8 cents, and then you come back after it's passed and approved. Then you get a budget, and then you go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I think the ballot language is in the statute. Otherwise, makes no sense, because if there's no amount in there, then.
But it's because I go back to my point in that if we're supposed to create the tax rate, then we wouldn't have a blank.
Right, but again, the statute doesn't say you could. The statute's silent on who sets the tax rate.
I'm looking at the bill. I think, and sometimes the bill supersedes the statute, and that the bill's silent as to how you
read
put
the legislative history, I think, right?
No, I'm reading the bill. The bill and the legislative history says in two different ways that we set the tax rate.
And my solution is that you go ahead and approve the tax rate as stated in the petition, and then it would be, regardless of how a court would determine it, it would still be a correct way of setting the rate.
So if I want to accept the petition because I have to, but I don't want to accept the 8 cents because we haven't set the tax rate, how do I do that? Or do
The only way you can do is to agree with the 8 cents.
Well, I'm still troubled on you said either or. You said either it was the petitioners and or the county commission.
Because the bill is silent. There's only two ways it could be set, either by a petition or by the county commissioner.
I mean, we're in a pickle because of the bill. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, the problem is the bill.
But at the time that the bill was passed, the state representatives, the state senators, and the governor would not know what the budget was going to look like.
That's correct.
So
that's why you got a fault in the bill.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and proceed with the process. And no, we're not going to hear any comments at this point. We haven't even had the bill presented, so if you just wait, you'll get an opportunity.
Okay. Well, we have one lady with a signature that they weren't told what they were signing, and she's very concerned because her...
Well, that's fine, but let's go ahead and wait until we get the bill presented. And who is here to present the bill?
Father Jerry? Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, sir.
I am Jerry Frank, and I represent a large group of Catholic parishes in Hidalgo County and also the Valley Interfaith Organization of Community Groups and Churches. State law requires this court to order the election for the creation of a health care district if a petition is signed and submitted by at least 50 registered voters in Hidalgo County. I am here to present a petition signed by 144 residents of Hidalgo County requesting an election for the creation of a health care district. Now, this whole question of 8 cents, we had some petitions before, and when we were told we had to make it specifically 8 cents, so we had to redo it quickly. But the petition signed and submitted by the voters requests an initial ad valorem rate of 8 cents for every $100 evaluation of property. Of course, the understood is that the county is going to be reducing its tax rate also so that it will not be a complete 8% increase, but hopefully considerably less. 8 cents is proposed as the lowest rate that begins to enable the district to serve the health needs of our community. It is estimated that for every 1 cent levied, $3 million is generated. If the health care district passes, the $24 million generated is expected to be split up as follows. $5 million, or 21% of the tax revenues for the health district, will go to supporting our medical school in educating and training our doctors and healthcare professionals of tomorrow. $4.8 million, 20% of tax revenues, will go to increase access to care at our community clinics, namely the 9 federal clinics and the 3 nonprofit ones, all of whom have seen their budget tremendously reduced because of the state's inactivity relative to Medicaid expansion, and considerably it's more expensive now and more very difficult for them to render the services at the same rate as before. 8%, or $2 million, will go for the district's operational expenses, and 51%, or $12.2 million, for direct patient care for low-income and uninsured residents. I wholeheartedly support this proposition because access to care should not be limited to those who can afford it, but to all who need it. Health care is a basic human right. A health district will help our community clinics serve more patients and will provide residents with a medical home instead of their having to depend always on high-cost emergency care. It will also help support our medical school as it educates and trains our doctors for tomorrow. And with 1 in 4 residents of Hidalgo County suffering from diabetes and more children diagnosed every day, the healthcare district will help support critical research and new treatments to fight our diabetes epidemic. It will also increase access to quality and specialty care here in Hidalgo County. Far too often, patients and families have to travel to San Antonio or Houston for that kind of care. And finally, the healthcare district will also support the creation of new jobs in the biotechnology and medical sectors. And these good-paying jobs will lift families out of poverty and expand our tax base. And it's for these reasons that we submit these petitions to you, Judge, Commissioners, and hope that you will consider them carefully and decide what's best for the county.
You mentioned some figures that I was trying to write them down. I want to make sure I get them accurate. You talked about the budget and how the money was going to be spent. Could you go over those figures again?
The distribution of the tax funds for. Well, you want me to do percentages or actual projected dollars?
Well, the dollars that you mentioned.
Okay, the dollars. We'll do the dollars. $5 million for the medical school. $4.8 million for 12 clinics, 9 federal clinics, 3 nonprofit clinics, which are on the front lines of primary health care delivery to the poor indigent people of the county. $2 million for operational expenses for the health district's goals, and then $12.2 million, that's 51% of the entire budget, for direct patient care for low-income and uninsured residents.
Isn't that the hospitals?
That's hospitals, right?
That would be the hospitals, but not only the hospitals. I just other people, doctors and other people who render services would also be eligible for those payments.
And if
Judge,
you were to, and percentage-wise, how would that?
It would go 21% for the medical school, 20% for the 12 clinics, 8% for operational expenses, and 51% for direct indigent health care reimbursements for services rendered by hospitals, doctors, and clinics.
All right, sir.
May I have there are 2 other people who want to present this petition also, and I'd like to have them speak before we get into a discussion about it. Their presentations will be brief.
I got the percentages wrong. 21, 12, 8, and 51.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Stalker. I'm the Executive Director of Hope Family Health Center. But I'm here today representing the Rio Grande Valley Equal Voice Network Health Working Group. Ann Cass is our chair of the Health Working Group, but some of you may know that she's out on medical leave. Our Health Working Group supports the Hidalgo County Health District primarily because, in accordance with the way it's written in the legislation, the hospitals of Hidalgo County have agreed to give a portion of their revenues to assist the safety net clinics, which include Nuestra Clínica del Valle, Hope Family Health Center, El Milagro Clinic, and Proyecto de Desarrollo Humano. This totals to 12 clinics and over 37,000 individuals that will be helped by these funds. Some of those clinics do have uncompensated care funds. However, once those funds run out, they do have to continue serving the people that need the help, and those funds come out of their general revenue. Revenue from this health district will help the clinics see more patients, build infrastructure, and provide more services to the uninsured and the underinsured. The Hidalgo County hospitals also agreed to support the creation of an advisory board, and this advisory board will ensure that any future changes in the district funding and operations take the needs of the poor into consideration. Our low and very low income families also support the creation of the health district, as evident to the signatures that you all received. The Equal Voice Network and the families we present see a benefit to this revenue for medical homes and for the improved health that they received. And on a side note, as a director of Hope Family Health Center, that we serve the 100% uninsured, these funds will go directly to helping us continue to serve and increase the services that we provide. We have an over 30% uninsured rate in the Hidalgo County area, and we will be much, much better served if we can continue helping at a higher level. I'd like to now introduce Juanita from Lupe.
Before you do that,
Yes, sir.
I'm going over numbers.
Yes, sir.
Father, the numbers you gave don't add up to 100%. 21, 12, 8, and 51 equals 92. There's still an 8% that's out there.
I made those percentages this morning quickly before coming. You said they don't amount to 100%?
No, they totaled 92, but I'm looking at, you said 4.8 for clinics, and 4.8 is more than.
That's where it is, Judge. That one's 21%.
4.8, I think, is 20% of the projected.
Okay, so instead of 12, it should be 20.
Yes.
20%, 4.8 million is 20%.
Okay.
That'll add up.
All right, that'll add up to 100. All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning. Sí. Muy buenos días. Good morning. My name is Juanita Valdez Cox. I am the Executive Director of La Unión del Pueblo Entero, Lupe, where we, as well as ARISE, are partner organizations in the Equal Voice Network. The membership of La Unión del Pueblo Entero supports the healthcare district because thousands of Hidalgo County residents don't have life-saving, health-preserving care they need. The most humble of our neighbors find it difficult and sometimes impossible to meet their basic health care needs, while the most vulnerable patients, the small children and the elderly, don't have sufficient health care. Even though as a community we have made great strides towards creating a modern Rio Grande Valley. And for more and more Hidalgo County residents, the promise of opportunity in America is a reality. That promise of opportunity depends on access to quality health care that doesn't discriminate based on where you were born, what neighborhood you come from, and how much money you make. Unfortunately, we are falling short of that promise. Every day at Lupe offices, community members come in offering to sell items, such as tamales or candy apples or other consumables, in order to help address some of their health care needs. One way in which Lupe is helping to address this need is by working with the Valley Health Care Clinics to take mobile clinics to the colonias. Many of these recipients of medical treatment in the mobile units are U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents who did not qualify for Low Affordable Care Act premiums. The patients that are seen at the mobile unit need a medical home. This is one of the many reasons why Lupe members support the healthcare district that will allocate funding for community health clinics, including Nuestra Clínica del Valle, Hope Family Health Center, El Milagro Clinic, Proyecto Desarrollo Humano, so that they in turn treat more patients in a primary care setting. We need to close the gap of the uninsured. And with your support for a healthcare district, we can build towards a healthy Hidalgo County at a cost of less than $5 a month for the average homeowner. To realize our true potential, we need to do everything possible to support the health care of everyone. The story of America shows that we are stronger together when we address tough issues collectively. Thank you for your attention to this very important and critical issue. And the discussion earlier that happened, we as a group, Commissioner Cantu, have introduced a petition without the 8 cents, and then it was required that we include another one, right, with the 8 cents on it. So this concern that you have, we thought would be addressed in that way. So we hope that you consider that and vote for those in the county that need this health care. It's a critical issue. And if you would be at the offices and you would see the people that come by that need the assistance, we're counting on your leadership as well as the others to make sure that a health care district is put on this petition, on this ballot. Thank you.
And just to make a comment to that, several comments, I guess. unfortunately, you've been told to put a tax rate, not put a tax rate,
Right.
unfortunately, because of the bill. The bill is putting us in this position, and I'm trying to find a way to work through that, number one. Number two, some of these items are already fully funded. The medical school is fully funded. The $2 million of operational expenses is fully funded. Now we talk about the clinics, which are very important to me.
Right.
And, of course, the hospitals.
Right.
Father Jerry was at the meeting when I was there with the hospitals, with Father Jerry, with Lucy Ramirez from Nuestra Clínica, and I said, I'm an elected official. Why don't you bring your needs to me, an elected official, as opposed to taking it to a board that's not going to be elected? And you're going to be relying on that board to, not us, them. They're the ones that are going to decide whether the clinics get money or not. And what I said is give this court an opportunity to give money to the clinics,
right,
to give additional money to the hospitals, as opposed to the hospital district. So I just want to make that clear because I've given...
Yeah. Yes. And
well, but you said, Father Jerry,
No.
you said that you hadn't. At that meeting, you said you hadn't and that you were going to do this first. And I said, give us the opportunity.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, sir.
You misunderstood what I said, sir.
Well, give it to me. I don't have it. I'd love to see it.
What I said was that we tried to approach the county first through the judge who set up the agenda and stuff.
Yes.
We tried to work with him on working something out.
That's correct.
He was unwilling to entertain anything related to this, and so we went, the next recourse was to get the hospitals together and get the executives to sign on to an agreement of what they would do.
Well, we're in the middle of budget process.
Yeah,
I think.
but we tried.
I think this is
And
a great
also
opportunity to give
and also-
us to look at this.
Oh, okay.
I'm also
Also,
hope, but I think
mira,
hope needs more
Commissioner
money.
Cantu, mire, uncompensated care in Hidalgo County is $10 million. Now, the county has a little over $5 million. And you saying that we come to you, you're going to take care of that need?
We're going to at least vote on
No,
it.
señor.
Yeah.
Pero ¿cómo cree usted? A ver.
Well, I fought to keep it at 5.5. It was presented to be reduced
I
even
think
more.
that you just need to, decide, and
Sure.
if you, for some other reason, are not for it, you need to tell us what that is.
What's that mean?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Eddie Anaya, Executive Committee of Valley Interfaith. We are also here in support of the Health District and this petition that you are about to vote on. Now, Valley Interfaith has been in existence over 32 years, has brought about many good changes to our community, from the Colonia Bill to living wage, etc. But the health care issue has not been foreign to us. In 1995, Valley Interfaith worked to pass a statewide indigent health care program, which you, as a county, utilize today to take care of our indigent. In 1996, we addressed the health care for the working poor by working and creating El Milagro Clinic. In 2006, we delivered 4,000 signatures or petitions to the Capitol, to Governor Perry and Lieutenant Governor Dewhurst, to protest a pilot plan to limit Valley hospitals that would treat Medicaid patients. And in 2014, we supported Proposition 1, which was a healthcare district. So this issue is not new to our organization. We've worked on issues that affect our families, that bring a better standard of living to our community. And this is one that we feel, through many of our House meetings, through meetings with our public officials, our business people, our congregations, that they are willing to pay a cost to provide monies for indigent health care in our community. We've also met with the medical school and our universities. They also have indicated that it would just open about opportunities to expand programs and bring specialists to our needed community as far as healthcare is concerned. Now, we are asking that you favor this petition, because we feel that it's the best interest of our community, that it is be a permanent funding source for our school. There'll be greater access to physicians, medical specialists, and hospitals in our community, to local clinics and doctors at the medical school. It'll bring life-saving care close to our home. More researchers at RGV Medical School, and keep our share of federal health care dollars here in our community. And with that, we feel that it will bring a healthier community with a permanent funding. And finally, which is most important, there will be a committee that will take care or address how these monies will be issued. We, as a collaboration, as nonprofit organizations, together we will make sure that they will be held accountable, that these monies be used for what we are supporting today. In addition to that, we also are having our civic academies to our churches to make sure that there is an educated vote, because we understand that without a vote, an educated vote, that this health district will not pass, that the dollars will not be used, or there will be no dollars used for a healthy community in our valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anaya.
And today, this morning, isn't it that we're asking you just to place it on the ballot, and then allow the voters to say yes or no? So what is isn't that what we're asking today?
Well, right now you're presenting it.
Right.
Are we through with
He
the
did.
presenters?
Uh-huh.
All right, well, now at this time I need to hear from Yvonne. All right.
Yes, sir, Judge.
We have a petition that was presented with 144 names, I believe. And it was your responsibility or your office's responsibility to look into and make inquiry and verify whether or not out of those 144 signatures, we had at least 50 valid signatures.
Yes, sir, you did.
Can you report to us what you found?
Yes, sir. Out of the 144, there were 124 signatures that were voters from the County of Hidalgo, active voters from the County of Hidalgo. So there are more than enough signatures to bring this petition forward to this court.
How many, what's the number that you found?
124.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, I have something. I have a lady. They passed the petition at the Recuerdos adult daycare. They asked her husband to sign. He's working, so he couldn't make it. And they had all the elderly, our abuelos and our abuelas sign without knowing what they were signing on that petition. So that calls it, I don't think it's a valid petition at this point. And I have her here, and she's here to speak on behalf of that.
Okay, just a minute. We'll give you an opportunity to speak, ma'am. What is your name?
My name is Hilda Garcia. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Pedro Alvarez.
Hilda Garcia?
Yes, sir.
All right, just a minute, please. All right, so you have confirmed that there were 124 valid signatures?
I mean, you need 50?
Yes.
Yes, sir. There were more than 50 that the petition requires.
Because you've got in this petition verification, you've got 126.
Then it was 126, sir. I don't have it in front of me. Then a correction be 126. What is on that petition is what was verified.
All right. And you found 18 that were not registered?
Yes, sir.
Have you identified, have you made any kind of notation as to which ones were valid and which ones were not?
Yes, sir. A copy of our work was turned in. I don't have that in front of me, so it was turned in to the executive office. So, Monica, do you have a copy of that work?
If I have it here. You have a petition to create the Hidalgo County Healthcare District with names that were, you had lines over the names or over their names and addresses. Does that mean that the ones that you have scratched out were not properly registered?
May I see that?
Yes.
May I approach the court?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be one of the same statements.
We didn't write. We never write over an original petition, and that is why we make a copy. This is actually the original petition, so I would need to see our copy, which, yes, sir, I have it right here, the copy. We have, for example, in STAR, the person who is not registered, and it's in red, and then the people who are scratched out, that was given to us like that. So our notations are those that are in red, and those that say are counted. Now,
so you
this, I believe, is the first petition, though.
So
This
you
is the
got
first
12 that were not counted because and you marked them in red.
18.
Yes, but that's the first one.
18.
Again. Let me go to the back. Okay, so you can see that on the first page, there are 2 that are not registered. And we follow through on the second page, 3 that were not registered. All registered on the third.
Yvonne, are those signatures, are those, when you looked at them, were you looking at them for the first petition or the second one?
I am now looking at the second petition.
All right, that's the one.
Yes, sir.
That's the one that has the 8 cents.
Yes, sir.
And it matched the signature on the election.
By law,
Yeah.
a petition is not required to confirm signature. We are only required to confirm if they are a registered and active voter of the county.
Correct.
And you've done that.
Yes, sir. That has been done, and that is law.
And if we were to have looked at the first petition, how many did you verify on the first petition?
Yes, sir. On the first one, there were 168 signatures, and 148 were verified as Hidalgo County registered voters.
Okay.
So both petitions had the more than sufficient number of voters that signed the petition.
All right, let me have them again.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we're going to be hearing from the individuals, I guess both sides of the issue. We have now had the petition presented, and we need to set a time limit. Do you know how many people are interested in speaking against?
Four, Bridget. 4, I guess, for now. We get a time limit.
Yeah, they didn't, but we did.
How many individuals?
About 4. One's short.
We got another one.
5. Oh, yes. And Maris. I guess I'll start.
Go ahead.
Like I was saying before, I have one of our neighbors on
We need
the...
to set a time limit.
Okay, well, I'm just going to introduce her so she can explain
Okay.
what
I
she's,
think it'll
real
be
quick.
less than 15.
She's just here to say that what she signed, or her husband signed, he was not aware of what he was signing, and it was not explained to him through Valley Interfaith.
Good morning. My name is Hilda. We have here my husband, Pedro Alves. He's at work right now. And apparently he signed something. He was not aware of what he was signing. And we would like to know what's the issue is going to go on. Like, why somebody come and say something that's one thing and it comes out to be another thing and not explain exactly.
What is his name?
Pedro A. Alvarez.
And it was through Valley Interfaith.
Pedro Alvarez.
Yes, sir.
And the address?
21703 North Valverde, Edinburgh, Texas.
21703
703 North Valverde.
Okay, that's one person.
Yes. And we were told there at Recreos, adult daycare at Recuerdos Daycare, that they hit all our abuelos and all our abuelas that are there and got them to sign, and they weren't aware of what they were really signing. So that is very concerning to us.
People that you
On the petition, there's approximately about 18, so I would say the rest of the difference, about 18, I guess. And most of them were all registered daycare. You know, they take them to the Recreo at Recuerdos, and I'm very concerned about that. How many other adult daycares have they hit? And it was through Valley Interfaith. And as they're very concerned,
Was
you know,
that
we
number
can...
that You said 8 or 18?
18. 18. So I'll start with mine, and we can check on that. It's just very concerning to us. But I'll start with mine, and it's, well, good morning, commissioners and judge. I would like to thank you because we do have, as Eddie was saying, an indigent health care program in our county
where we wouldn't have to raise our taxes in Hidalgo County to any of our residents. As Lupe has said, Lupe is very concerned about the health care, and so are we. But we're also we're very concerned about the taxes on our children, our grandchildren, and our generations to come. As you know, this will never end. They can set up and get loans against our children and build new facilities, and we can't afford that. While we do know there's a need, the county is addressing the indigent care. And I want to also say, while I did not and have not and ever marched with Cesar Chavez because I'm too young, I have spent many summers in West Texas as a migrant worker and in Flint, Michigan, picking onion. And I can assure you that any family that is a migrant worker cannot afford another taxing entity in their property taxes. And this will go to a private 4-hospital company. And I would also like to say that while I was raised Catholic, and I have all my sacraments, so my grandmother would be very proud of me, with all due respect, shame on Valley Interfaith for going out to our communities, misinforming our elderly, our abuelos, our abuelas, getting them to sign these petitions, and not making them aware of the taxing entity that will not only affect their children. As adults and as parents, all we do is work very hard to leave a little something to our children and our grandchildren. At the rate we're going, we're going to be taxed out of our homes, and we won't be able to leave anything to our children. And yes, I agree with Lupe. We do have an indigent care crisis, but we already fund it through the county. And as Eddie said, the the medical school is fully funded. Why are you going to burden our taxpayers? And I really would like for you to consider, and we can take on a fight, but a fair fight. Thank you.
Why don't you keep track of it?
All right. Get the time, because you didn't time the other side, so let's be fair here. They're talking here today that they've been promised 20% off the top or whatever. The problem is the people or whoever promised them that are not the committee that will be appointed by the hospital district. And so what they've been promised can be thrown in the trash if the persons that are going to form this. And we're talking about 8 cents, just 8 little pennies. And they were talking about $5. I believe that's like $60 a year on top of all your other taxes that you've got. Do you not want a home for your family? We would like to be able, and in this law it says an ad valorem tax on all taxable property. All taxable property in the district. And that means if you rent, you're paying taxes because the owner of that property, the values are going to go up, and guess what? Whoops! Your rent just went up. So you do pay. And you're talking about a healthier Hidalgo County. This here talks about improving health care services for residents of Hidalgo County. I'm not going to get anything of that, and I'm in Hidalgo County. I might get someone to tell me, hey, go take a walk for 30 minutes for 3 times a week. That'll make you healthier. But they're not everyone going to get this. Everyone that's in this room, you're not going to get this health care that you're talking about. The clinics, the lady from Hope and things, they are not insured that they will own their own businesses in a few years. And the average person in this room that we're looking at, and we're talking about looking at the people here that are here, in 4 years, they're not going to be owning their property. They're going to have the tax collector and the line barter and them coming here doing flips going, woohoo, we've got more property on the market that we've taken away from someone that can't afford it. So yes, 8 cents, it starts at 8 cents. 8 little pennies is what you're talking about. In the county, would you please explain to the people, each time that goes up to 9 cents, to 12 cents, to 15 cents, to 25 cents, you are not going to lower the tax rate for the county. It's one time, and it only goes down 3 cents. And you're going up and counting us on 8. So tell the truth on this. And then you're going to come back because they're looking for the 75 cents. In 2014, the people of Hidalgo County voted no, that they could not afford this, and it was your job as the county commissioner's court to get the money from the budget and pay for the indigent. Not everybody. If you own a piece of property, you have anything, you're not going to get anything from this healthcare district. So please explain it to these people. I don't mind a fight. I don't mind any kind of battle that we have to do, long as everyone tells the truth, everyone is informed of what's going on, and mainly tell the truth. These people are not going to get, if you own something, you're not going to get any health care. And you're going to get a tax on your property. So please think of these people. They may not know what's going to happen, but you sure do. And there, no.
All right. Well, good morning, Commissioners. If I can ask a little bit of decorum, please.
No, please. May I make a statement? Please. As we always do on our open forum, we're doing the same thing today. Please, the individuals at the podium, please respect their time, and we will do the same for the other side.
Thank you.
Okay, we want order, some decorum, please.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Juan de Leon. I'm a resident and property owner here in Hidalgo County. I come before you today to speak against the petition under Proposition 1, the second one that you've identified. I do believe that this proposal for a healthcare district has been made in the past, and it has been resoundingly voted down with strong opposition, not small opposition, but resounding strong opposition. I am both baffled and in awe how a few select county voices continually put forth a proposition that is opposed by a large body of the populace in Hidalgo County. Truth be told, Proposition 1 adds an undue tax burden to citizens of Hidalgo County without first seeking the consent of those citizens in the county. In addition, the petition under Proposition 1 would grossly replicate services currently in effect and available to citizens, even those citizens we consider indigent citizens, through existing legislation and funding mechanisms. Let me begin by sharing. Healthcare programs are essential. They are. They're essential for our community. But providing such healthcare services is equally vital to the prevention of illnesses and diseases. The Hidalgo County Health Department, other clinics and hospitals throughout the county are already providing the service to the indigents in our community through healthcare programs funded by state matching funds, federal grants through the County Indigent Healthcare Program known as the CIHCP. As a matter of historical record, the program was established by the Indigent Healthcare and Treatment Act authorized by the 69th state legislature in 1985. CIHCP is at present providing healthcare services to eligible residents through counties, hospital districts, and public hospitals in Texas, and is administered through Chapter 61 of the Health and Safety Code and the Texas Administrative Code under Title 25, Part 1, Chapter 14. To receive assistance, residents must meet federal poverty guidelines and criteria created by Hidalgo County. This would definitely meet the needs of our indigent population. Hidalgo County provides basic healthcare services to our indigent residents, and through clinic hospitals, they provide services to the residents who reside within their service area and who meet resource and income limits. They must not be eligible for Medicaid and have income at or below 21% of the federal poverty line guideline. Since these services are already mandated by law, there is no need to have a redundant service at a cost to hardworking families that already live paycheck to paycheck, in some cases, fixed income, or in limited pension situations. There needs to be accurate education on this proposition with respect to how funds are going to be allocated, how the tax rate is going to be established, and how it's actually going to be implemented. In fact, the numbers presented today by the proposers of the petition could not even get the math right, which shows and sheds light that the numbers need to be verified even before you vote to approve such a petition. I do not support Proposition 1, nor do I support a tax increase on my property, and I speak on both my personal behalf and on behalf of family members who also live in here in the Hidalgo County. I thank you for your time.
Well, it's getting close to good afternoon. I would like to say one thing about taxing districts, and it goes back to the history of every taxing district in this county, whether it be school taxes, whatever taxing district there is. The history of them is they never stay the same. They always increase. And you're also giving them the permission to create bond issues. And how many bond issues do we have, and what is our total debt in this county today, for city, county, wherever, school districts? What is our bond issue tax debt? Thank you.
That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that desires to make any comments one way or the other?
Ms. Ramon, do we have both petitions in front of us or just one? Because both petitions have the signatures, correct?
Both petitions have sufficient signatures, yes, sir.
And were they both submitted? Could they both be considered or just one? No, well,
I think that's something maybe we should ask Mr. Crane.
Steve?
The concern I have with the petitions is one is more specific than the other. And usually and generally in law, the most specific is the one that controls.
Which one are we going to be acting on?
If you act on the most specific one, it's the one that specifies 8 cents.
Gentlemen, any other questions, any comments?
well, back to what I said, Judge, I can accept the petition because we have enough signatures. I just don't think that we're able to set the tax rate at this point. So I don't know if that's a motion. I don't know if that can be a motion.
Steve, how would the motion read?
Well, it depends on what you want the motion to say. If you want to be conservative and make sure that it is a valid petition to put before the voters, I think the motion would be to accept the petition and approve the tax rate of 8 cents as stated in the petition.
So that's your recommendation. That's my motion.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion that's made and seconded indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And I go back to, I accept the petition, but I don't accept, go ahead.
Just to make sure that we have the record reflect the votes accordingly. Those in favor, raise your right hand.
Well, mine's going to be the same with the condition, obviously.
Well, I'm saying that I accept the petition, but I don't accept the tax rate.
All right. Those against, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. I'm not sure how you can.
I don't see how a petition can set our tax rate.
Well, we're going to be having a separate motion.
But that's what I was asking for.
Steve was recommending a separate motion be made to accept and set the tax rate of 0.08 cents as requested by the petition. Is that still your recommendation?
No, it would still be my recommendation.
0.8, right?
0.08.
0.08.
As in 8 cents.
Yeah.
I make a motion to deny 0.08.
Is that a negative motion?
I don't know.
I don't think you can make negative motions.
Okay, well then I'll sit back and wait.
Is there a motion to accept the 0.08 as requested in the petition?
What's the difference on the first motion?
The first motion, I think, was
we accepted the petition.
The petition,
which I agree with
100%. And now is to accept the tax rate of 0.08.
Another thing I want to make clear, Steve. If they ever want to go higher than 8 cents, it has to come to Commissioner's Court, doesn't it?
Yes, Commissioner. The specific statute in Chapter 1122 that states once the healthcare district, if created, is formed, then they have to set their budget. Then they, along with their estimated tax, then they have to bring that budget and the estimated tax to Commissioner's Court for approval.
So to clarify that, regardless of this 8 cents, there is still a process for us to go through. modify it based on whatever the court decides. It could be 8 cents, it could be 6 cents, it could be 4 cents, it could be whatever it is.
But no more than 8 for
But
starters.
no more than 8. Is that correct?
No more, well, actually, no more than 8 at the
Starters.
initial point.
Yeah.
And I just want to state that for the record, obviously based on truth and taxation, I do agree with the need for indigent health care. But I also know that at the end of the day, the last thing we need to do is cover a cost that we're already covering. Being said that, there is a consideration of the court to lower our tax rate based on whatever the effect's going to be in this next election, which we're wholeheartedly behind all that. The question is whether it's 8 cents or not. Obviously, there's still the due process of going through the process, seeing if the elected body or the people vote for it. If they do, in fact, vote for it, then we still got to cross many other bridges before we get to what it's actually going to be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, I went too
Okay, I
fast.
want to make sure I understand what is being talked about here.
I'm just reciting what Steve Crane had said what the law
Let me
was.
make sure I understand it. Steve, are you saying that if we adopt a figure today, that we'll be able to change that figure at a later date?
Yes, Judge. I'll give you the section numbers. It's 1122.151. That concerns budget, and that states the board and the district administrator, the hospital board and the district administrator must jointly prepare a proposed annual budget. And the last thing they have to do is item 7 and prepare the estimated tax rate required. That's
So we're capping, or we're setting a top figure of 8, but it could be less.
Well, and then let me go forward. Then the second part of that section says the budget is effective only after 1, adoption by their board, and approval by the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court.
So going back to the original statute, that at the end of the day, Commissioners Court will have the veto power and deciding exactly what the rate's going to be.
That's one way to state it, yes. And so, well,
I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but
my concern, just like Commissioner Cantu's concern, I'm sure the rest of the court, is the statute is not drafted very well. There's holes in it. There's places where you have to presume what the legislature intended. And so where I am is, when I started out this morning and discussing it, all the provisions I was discussing about the ballot, etc., are all under a caption called temporary provisions. Those temporary provisions, in effect, go away if it's approved. And if it's approved, then you go back to these other provisions I'm quoting from now about the budget and the estimated tax rate. The budget has to be approved by the board and also approved, the board has to adopt it, and the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court has to approve it.
So is that a motion?
No,
I'm just going back for the benefit of the taxpayer. They're going to end up voting on this for or against.
Yeah.
I think it's important that I think that was a whole.
I think we need to put it out there and let them decide.
I just want to make sure that we understand and the community understands that when we're voting on it and we're putting a figure of 0.08, if that's what ultimately prevails, that figure can be changed. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. I just want to make sure that we hear from you as our legal counsel.
According to the bill, Chapter 1122, the healthcare district, if created, has to form a budget, and that budget has to be brought to the Commissioners Court for approval.
And the Commissioners Court will not want it to exceed 8 cents?
Well, that would depend on how the Commissioners Court at that time feels.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah. So then how would the motion,
Why
we can be able to put it on
the motion?
I think the motion would be very simple. This motion is very simple, that for purposes of the ballot to be presented to voters of Hidalgo County, that the insert amount in the blank language would be 8 cents.
Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
All right. Those in favor of the motion as made and seconded indicate by raising your right hand. And those opposed, same sign.
If I can make a comment. Yeah, I'm opposed, but
please.
I'm opposed because I believe the clinics deserve some money, and I'd love to see some budgets to see how we can benefit the clinics. I think that the indigent need more than the 5.5 that we've provided here at the court. But I think that the medical school is fully funded, so that's why I can't agree with the 8 cents. But I'd love to see numbers from the clinics, especially hope. Well, I'm just saying that I'd like the opportunity for the clinics to provide budgetary numbers to us, and so that we can see them to me directly.
We still got the process.
But anyway, that's why I vote against.
All right, so the vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
Judge, then number 2, for you to order this election.
Yes, I'm trying to find that motion. Do you have a form? Steve, why don't you go ahead and tell us how this other motion should read?
I believe Ms. Ramon is
Would you like
referring to item 5A2.
Item 5.2?
And I believe that they already did that, Ms. Ramon.
Item 2,
Yeah, we just did that.
Yeah.
Yes.
did he call the order of the election?
We
Two
accepted
has
the
been done?
petition.
Number 1 is to accept the petition, and number 2 is to order the November 8th election on the creation.
And that is what is on your table, the order of election, which is what
Just
I'm
read number
presuming you're
2.
referring to when you pass number 2.
That's correct.
So we have already done it then.
That's why I presume by listening to what you said, is
Yeah,
that
number
you
2.
ordered the election, you already done number 2.
Now we got only better go number 3.
Now, number 3 is a resolution.
Yeah.
So we have taken care of our obligations on this issue. Steve?
Well, you voted twice, correct?
Yeah.
You accepted the petition,
And then we
and then
went
you
ahead and voted on
ordered
tax
the
rate.
election with approving the tax rate of 0.8 cents.
Okay.
So now I believe you're on 5A3, Judge.
All right. And you got that resolution?
And it should be before you.
This is the one that you prepared, correct?
With assistance from your staff.
All right, so let me read it. And it's a resolution that we've been asked to consider. Resolution of the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court regarding reduction of ad valorem taxes upon creation of the healthcare district. Whereas in 2015, the Texas Legislature passed Chapter 1122 of the Special District Local Laws Code, titled Hidalgo County Healthcare District, authorizing a creation election, and it approved by the voters of Hidalgo County creation of the Hidalgo County Healthcare District. Whereas a valid petition of voters calling for a healthcare district election has been presented to the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court, and whereas Section 1122.2525 of the Special District Laws Code provides for a reduction in the ad valorem tax rate of Hidalgo County for the first year in which a healthcare district imposes ad valorem taxes on property, the reduction being the amount Hidalgo County would have spent for healthcare purposes in that year, because a healthcare district so created will provide healthcare services provided or paid for by Hidalgo County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court directs the Chief Executive Officer of Hidalgo County, in consultation with the Budget Officer of Hidalgo County, to verify that for the first year that the healthcare district imposes an ad valorem tax, the ad valorem tax rate imposed by Hidalgo County for such year reflects the reduced healthcare spending that will be assumed by the healthcare district as required by Section 1122.2525 of the Special District Local Laws Code. Further resolved that the independent certified public accounting firm under contract with Hidalgo County shall review the calculation of the Chief Executive Officer of Hidalgo County of the reduction of the healthcare spending amount assumed by the healthcare district. Is that the entire resolution that you're proposing that we adopt?
Yes, sir, it is.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor indicate by
I have
saying...
a question, Judge. This is only speaking to what we need to reduce, right?
Right.
Correct.
This is only amount.
The expenses that you, in the first year of the healthcare district starts taxation.
Right.
Then the expenses that are relieved from the Hidalgo County budget that
That's
are
it.
assumed
That's
by
it.
the healthcare district.
Okay.
All right, those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. And motion carries unanimously.
So we've taken care of number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I continue then with B?
Yes, go ahead.
Discussion, consideration, and approval of early voting sites for November 8th, 2016 general election.
You need a motion on that?
Where's the?
Are they different? Are they different than the primary?
No, sir. We've just added 4 more because there is a possibility of an additional 19 elections that are to also take place during this November. So when a political subdivision does not have a poll site, we add one in. So there are 29, 4 more than the usual 25.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Number 2, discussion, consideration, and approval of Election Day voting sites for the November 8th, 2016 general election.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
C, discussion, consideration, and authority for the county judge to order the November 8th, 2016 general election.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Number 2, requesting authorization for the county judge to sign the required notice of general election.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
D, discussion, consideration, and authority for Commissioners Court to order a special election on November 8th, 2016 for the election of Hidalgo County Justice of the Peace Precinct 3, Place 2.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Number 2, requesting authorization for the Commissioners Court to sign the required notice of special election.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
With your permission, I know that item C, well, that's okay. I'll let I think people are stirring out. I'll just let them clear out.
Checklist?
All right, Mr. Garrett, what were you?
Okay, Judge, with your permission, we do have 3 individuals that are here with our extension service agent. If we could do item 9, which is Texas AgriLife Extension Services, Ms. Valdez, Andrea.
Andrea?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I guess it's our duty now to lighten the mood. So, as you know, I'm Andrea Valdez, County Coordinator for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. I'm here with my colleagues, Kimberly Guillen, our 4-H agent, and Amy Valdez, our Healthy South Texas Specialist, to introduce to the court 3 groups of our amazing 4-Hers and young leaders of this county. The 4-H ambassadors, the 4-H Hidalgo County Council, and our newly formed Healthy South Texas Youth Ambassadors. So I'm going to hand it over to Kimberly so she can announce the roles and responsibilities of each group.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Hidalgo County 4-H is a county-wide youth organization with nearly 600 members. The Hidalgo County 4-H Council is comprised of elected council officers and club representatives. The organization stresses youth leadership training and development. The County Council meets throughout the year to conduct business, educational meetings, and plan community service projects. Representatives of the 2016-2017 Hidalgo County 4-H Council here today are President Vanessa Martinez, Treasurer Michael Bullion, Reporter Jocelyn Boyle, Parliamentarian Elisa Rodriguez, and District Delegates Cooper Ford and Ashlyn Martinez. The Council also has its district and state counterparts. We are proud to announce that Bianca Garcia was elected to serve as First Vice President of the District 12 Council, as well as First Vice President of the Texas 4-H Council. The Hidalgo County 4-H Ambassadors are self-motivated, enthusiastic leaders who promote the Hidalgo 4-H program to fellow members, area residents, community leaders, elected officials, and non-4-H youth. A 4-H ambassador serves to strengthen the 4-H program through public relations. Representatives of the 2016-2017 Hidalgo County 4-H ambassadors here today are Brandon Sorelli, Elisa Rodriguez, Jocelyn Boyle, Michael Bullion, and Vanessa Martinez. The Healthy South Texas Youth Ambassadors serve as community health and wellness advocates and provide leadership to the youth components of the Healthy South Texas initiative. From the first ever class of Hidalgo County Healthy South Texas Youth Ambassadors, here today are Julissa Alvarez, Jocelyn Boyle, Brian Peña, and Elisa Rodriguez. We thank you for having us here today and giving us the opportunity to recognize our youth and the future leaders of Hidalgo County. Thank you. Can we take a picture with the commission? Thank you.
Abrázalo, Joe.
And now you'll stay there for the families, especially this great little photographer.
I got a bunch.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Keep it up.
Congratulations.
Where are you from?
Congrats.
Where are you from?
Congratulations. Someone says.
Thanks, Alan.
Congratulations. How's your dad doing? Good. Nice to see you again.
Not a year no more. Hey, hambre.
You're going to be here till 4 o'clock, Rob?
Item 2. Yeah, I think you just need to clarify that the point that is calling.
Why don't you listen, lay out, Steve, write it out.
Yeah, bring it up.
Exactly.
What's the problem?
Valde has a concern.
Yeah, basically.
Getting concerned again?
No, que Raúl, I think, was looking for you.
Pero trabajando los dos, no tienen que comer algo.
Ah.
Hay dos personas con cada vez. A la otra. Y la jumper.
No, back to item 6.
Mingo, take the rest.
Mingo's gonna
Mingo pay for everybody.
Mingo's gonna go cover.
I go Mingo.
Steve?
I'm writing.
Let me show you this. This is something that was given to me.
Yeah, I put that on your desk this morning.
Well, is that what you're talking about?
That's the order. I'm writing out the motion.
Okay.
Judge, if you want, we can go on to, Mr. Craig.
Now, let me go ahead and wait for Steve to do it. Let's get it done right.
Okay, yes, sir.
Better to do it. Better to take care of it.
Yeah, let's do it right.
The governor signed second bill. So yeah.
I think he let it.
He said he did, right?
No, I was questioning whether he did.
Oh, Joe said he did.
Who wants to make it?
It became law, so we don't have a
Who wants to make a motion?
You want to make it? All right. We're going to be making a motion that will be clarifying that previous motion that was made concerning the healthcare district.
Yeah, Judge. I'm going to clarify the motion. I'm making a motion to clarify the minutes of the meeting at Commissioners Court. I'm reading of this meeting is to confirm the prior motion that Commissioners Court approves the order of the Elections Department in regards to the order of elections as presented to the creation of a county healthcare district for Hidalgo County.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And written by Steve Crane.
Yeah, exactly. I can read.
Steve, this is only an order to call the election.
Right.
But the ballot language that y'all voted also, you approved the 8 cents too.
So I'm against it.
So, yeah.
Because of the 8 cents.
That would affect your
Right.
the same vote as your prior motion.
Okay, so I'm against it because of the 8 cents.
Okay. Motion carries 4-1. And do we need to read the order?
We can.
Well, we're trying to clarify things.
It's a long one.
Can we just call the order that we have in the...
numbered?
Yeah.
Well, what I'll do is, let me read the now, therefore, and after that.
Okay.
Now, therefore, having found the facts set out above in the preamble of this order to be true and correct, the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court hereby orders the following. 1. Special election. The special election on the creation of a countywide health care district shall be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2016, which is 91 days or more days from the date of this issuance of this order, to consider the question of whether to create a countywide health care district with taxing authority in Hidalgo County and to levy a tax not to exceed 25 cents in each $100 of the taxable value of property taxable by the health care district. This election shall be held within and throughout Hidalgo County, and all resident qualified voters of the county shall be entitled to vote in this election. The hours during which the polling places are to be open on Election Day are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 2. Voting in the election shall be conducted within and throughout Hidalgo County at those election day polling places designated by the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court for the November 8, 2016 election. Such sites listed in Attachment A, attached here to, incorporated here at this point for all purposes. And Judge, we do need to get the attachment for Yvonne Ramon attached to this.
All right.
3, ballots. Voting in the election for the proposition shall be...
Yvonne, did you hear that? Okay.
Voting in the election for the proposition shall be by use of an electronic voting system, which is to display the ballots in both English and Spanish, and which shall conform to the requirements of the Texas Election Code. The electronic voting system used in this election shall have displayed thereon the following ballot. Official ballot. Place an X in the square beside the statement indicating the way you wish to vote. The proposition reads, the creation of the Hidalgo County Healthcare District, providing for the imposition of an ad valorem tax on all taxable property in the district. The initial ad valorem tax shall be imposed at the rate of 8 cents on the $100 valuation of all taxable property in the district. District funds should be used for district purposes, including improving health care services for residents of Hidalgo County, supporting the School of Medicine at the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, training physicians, nurses, and other health care professionals, obtaining federal or state funds for health care services, and providing community health clinics, primary care services, behavioral and mental health care services, and prevention and wellness programs. Voter assistance will be given in accordance with the election code. Any person requiring voter assistance should contact the presiding judge of the election precinct in which the person is voting on the early voting clerk. The Hidalgo County Elections Department will be responsible for the preparation of instructions, ballots, and other materials pertinent to this election. The presiding election judges and alternate presiding election judges shall be those persons appointed in accordance with sections 32.001, 32.002 of the Texas Election Code. Early voting. Early voting by personal appearance in the election shall occur on each weekday of the early voting period, beginning on October 24, 2016, and ending on November 4, 2016, between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., except for Sunday, October 30th, 2016, when the hours are 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The election will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Texas Election Code. On election night, the election officer shall prepare the final report setting forth election returns for the election, and the election officer shall present such report to the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court for canvass at the election. Mail-in ballots. Application for ballot by mail should be mailed to Yvonne Ramon, Hidalgo County Elections Administrator, parentheses, early voting clerk, close parentheses, 101 South 10th Street, Edinburgh, Texas, 78539. Applications for ballot by mail must be received no later than the close of business on October 28, 2016. Canvass. The returns for the election shall be canvassed by the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court as prescribed by Chapter 67 of the Election Code. Almost there. This order shall be governed and interpreted, construed, and enforced in accordance with the laws of the state of Texas and the United States of America. If any provision of this order should be held by a court of competent jurisdiction to be invalid, illegal, or unenforceable, the other provision of this order shall nevertheless remain valid, legal, and enforceable. This order is effective immediately upon its approval. And signature lines for the judge and the commissioner.
In other words, it wasn't handwritten by you, right?
Yeah.
It was not handwritten. It was typed.
All right.
I can read it.
Let's move on and let's proceed to next item is item number 6A. Bobby. Okay, 6A is not going to be heard.
No, Judge, yeah,
It's a resolution.
Yeah, it is a resolution pertaining to the
Sorry.
Yeah.
Michael Leo, County Judge's Office. 6A is consideration and approval of a resolution opposing the recent administrative efforts by TxDOT to no longer apply the Economically Disadvantaged County Program to off-system transportation projects throughout Texas, specifically Hidalgo County. We got this resolution from the Hidalgo County MPO. Linda de la Fuente is here with us also on behalf of the MPO. Commissioner Palacios is our MPO representative, so we would just call on him to expand
just some
a little.
quick notes, Judge. There was some talk about potentially from the state a change on the issues pertaining to the economic criteria that we qualify for. in short, if they were to change this, that this would have a huge financial impact on our projects, especially those that are probably 3/4 of the way done. We've ran some of the numbers. A financial impact could be as close to $40 million, and obviously it's going to force us to really figure out where we're going to get all this additional funding. Cameron County passed a similar resolution. We don't have any indication at this point we've received anything in writing whatsoever, but I think it'd be prudent for us to accept this resolution in hopes that Austin will listen to obviously our county as well as other neighboring counties that would be affected by this change.
All right.
So move approve.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 7A, Constable Precinct 1.
Morning, Commissioners. Judge Sergeant J.P. Zalceda with the Constable's Office, Precinct 1. Discussion, consideration, and approval for Hidalgo County Constable Precinct 1. Continued participation in Texas 1033 Surplus Property Program.
Move for approval. Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 8A, Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. 8A, Jail Commissary 2102. Item number 1, approval of certification of revenues by the County Auditor.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 2, approval of 2016 appropriation of funds in the amount of $16,677 with 3 cents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 8B, 1, authorization approval for County Judge as the authorized official to sign closeout grant adjustment notice for the 2014 Operation Stone Garden grant.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item B2, authorization to deobligate remaining amounts in 16 of the participating agencies in order to close out the grant, funds being reduced by sweeping funds for closeout.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item C, authorization approval to upgrade cell phone plan through the county's membership participation with contract number DIR-TSO-3420 through AT&T. The plan is a pooled GOV Nation 500 bundle, include anytime minutes, unlimited mobile to mobile, 5,000 nights and weekends, includes text, unlimited data, tethering. The plan will cover 85 cell phones at a monthly cost of $47.99 per device, and the estimated monthly rate is $4,079 with 15 cents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
D1, approval of memorandum of understanding between the United States Department of Agriculture, Moore Air Force Base, and the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office for use and access to a runway for emergency vehicle operations.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
D2, approval for County Sheriff as a law enforcement official to sign the memorandum of understanding.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
E1, ratification of the acceptance of the Operation Stone Garden 2014 Grant Adjustment Notice, GAN, signed effective July 26, 2016.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
E2, authorization for County Judge to sign as authorized official.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
F, approval of the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office Weapons Proficiency Certification Program for retired peace officers pursuant to Occupations Code 1701.357G.
Approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item G, Sheriff's Office National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS 1284. Approval of resolution for NIBRS grant to designate Judge Ramon Garcia as grantee's authorized official and to electronically sign required documents through e-grants. The grant period is between September 1st, 2016 and August 31st of 2017.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
H, authorization approval for Sheriff J.E. Eddie Guerra to execute fiscal year 2017 provisional state and local task force agreement with Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, to include the OCDF Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office HSO officer.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And last, I, discussion, consideration, and approval to appoint Israel Nicolas Ibarra, student at the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, as an intern under the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Internship Program for the period of August 29, 2016 through December 9th of 2016.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Item 10, our HR.
Morning, Judge Commissioners. Raul Silguero, Executive Office for HR. Item 10A, Judge Commissioners, this is for the jail commissary. This is not general fund funding. They're asking approval to create slot number 0015, and I would need to make a correction. The position title is just detention officer. It just happens to be funded out of the commissary funds at a post-budgeted salary of $32,305.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Second item on that is approval to revise the salary schedule in accordance with Commissioner's Court action.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item B, Judge Commissioners, this is for the Environmental Compliance Division. This is necessary due to the implementation of the nuisance abatement program that will require or will allow the county to address illegal dumping or other things in private property. There's a program in place, and we need another person so that each precinct would be assigned one person to implement this program. We're asking this subject to the funding being appropriated later. Item 1 is requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy for personnel-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
And item 2 is discussion, consideration, approval of the following personnel action effective the next full pay period. This would be to create slot number 006, Environmental Compliance Monitor 1, at a salary of $36,453.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item B3 is approval to revise the salary schedule according to the Commissioner's Court action.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Judge Commissioners, item C for Constable Precinct 4, we're requesting a waiver of the budget amendment policy personnel-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And 2, Constable Precinct 4 is asking discussion, considering approval of the following personnel action effective next full pay period. The first item, I need to mention that we're asking for a reduction in the budgeted salary, not the person, in the budgeted salary of the position in slot number 21 from $59,795 to $49,842. And just to clarify, slot number 0021 was a sergeant position, and the person was reclassified to that senior deputy constable step 1 position. So the action is to reduce the salary to confirm the title change.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And the second item on that is to create slot number 0023, sergeant step 1, at a salary of $59,795, and that will wash with the reduction in the other salary.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 3, there is approval to waive the posting, hiring, and enrollment procedures and promote employee number 094943 to the sergeant step 1, which is slot number 23. It's a typo there. It should be 23.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And item 4 is approval to delete 1 regular full-time senior deputy constable step 1, slot number 0010, with a budgeted salary of $49,822, effective next full pay period.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 5 on that item is to approval to revise the salary schedule in accordance with the court's action.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
The next item, D, for the tax office, we're requesting a waiver of the budget amendment policy for personnel-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And it's D2 is a discussion, consideration, approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period. The tax office asking to delete slot number 0072, inventory specialist 1, with the budgeted salary of $26,773 and the auto allowance of $4,721, and to create slot number 0185, Deputy Clerk 2, at a salary of $31,494, which is the total of the deletion from the above.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 3 on that is to approval to revise the salary schedule in accordance with the court's action.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E is for the Sheriff's Office. We're requesting a waiver of the budget amendment policy personnel-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 2 is discussion, consideration, approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period. Background, Judge Commissioners, on this, we have only one lieutenant in the detention center that the sheriff is asking that we create 3 lieutenant positions and delete 3 sergeant positions. So we're going to go through a process of creating the positions, going through a selection boards to select the people, and then delete the sergeant positions that are approval. So with that, I'm asking for consideration and action the following personnel actions effective next full pay period. The action is to create slot number 002, detention, Lieutenant Step 1 at a salary of $42,999, and the same for slot 427 and 428. Those are 3 lieutenant positions. We're asking also to create a temporary position. It's a T-close certified instructor, and this person will be training at the academy and instructor at the academy for 4 weeks every quarter. So the amount of funding needed for that is $5,400, and we're asking to provide the funding that we decrease the budgeted salary for the slot number 002, detention officer, from $40,778, and slot number 243, detention officer, salary $39,399 to $32,305.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3 is approval of the following personnel actions with an effective date that will coincide with the selection process as listed for item 2 above. And that action is to delete 3 slots to be determined. Detention Sergeant Step 1, there are 3 of them at $39,090.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 4 is approval to waive the posting and hiring procedures and assign selected employee to be determined to slot number 426, 427, and 428, Lieutenant Step 1, upon completion of the selection process.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 5 is approval to revise the salary schedule according to the Commissioner's Court action.
Move for approval.
Those
Item
in
F.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Got it right. Item F for the Safety Division. We're asking waiver first of the budget amendment policy for personnel-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 2 is we're asking approval to create 1 regular full-time Chief Safety Officer position, slot number 0013, budgeted salary $67,476, and effective next full pay period. Judge Commissioners, this position will be doing most of the functions that was previously done by the Safety Director, who was Mr. Quintanilla, but there were other functions that will be reduced. So we will be using that funding for this, and we'll be deleting the director's position during the budget process because we need to make other adjustments. So we're asking approval to create this position.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Subject to the funding, yes. Item 3 is approval to waive the posting, hiring, and enrollment procedures and promote employee number 129356 to the Chief Safety Officer position, slot number 0013.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And that will be Mr. Armando Guzman will be the Chief Safety Director. Item 4 is approval to revise the salary schedule in accordance with the Commissioner's Court action.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item G is for Precinct 3, road maintenance. Discussion, consideration, approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period. Whereas Precinct 3 is asking for 1, to delete slot number 0040, maintenance 1, at $31,827, and to create slot number 015, equipment operator 2, at the same salary.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 2 is approval to revise the salary schedule according to the court's action.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Raul,
Roll.
just clarification.
Roll.
Just doing it, Eddie.
Okay. Just a clarification. You said with the same salary, but there is a difference of salary.
I'm sorry. Yes, the
difference of salary.
Yes, from 31, it's $3,213, subject to the funding.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
good, sir.
Yes.
That's so big, Ed.
How you doing?
Where did my package go? All right. Commissioners, Judge Eddie Olivares, Hidalgo County Health and Human Services. Item number 11A, sir, very quickly. Operation Lone Star completed last week. It was very, very successful. Operation Lone Star, it's the 18th year that's been in operation. We had locations from in 2 sites in Hidalgo County, at PSJA High School on South Veterans Drive, and then we had one at Juarez Lincoln High School on Western Road and 107. Extremely successful. When we look at it just very quickly, just for the interest of time, both sites combined, we had over 6,285 people attend and take part. We provided patients, over 4,374 patients were seen. And you can see the breakdown. There was over 4,000 patients that were examined. Medical patients were 262. There was 834 dental and 777 vision. That's 777 glasses given at no cost. Okay, no cost. And over 834 people that were seen with dental services. And that was given by an organization called RAM, Remote Area Medical. They came all the way from Knoxville, Tennessee. This is the 5th year they've come down here and do this. So this is over $700,000 of free medical health care service to our community in Hidalgo County. And it was coordinated through the efforts by over 2,000 volunteers that assisted with this, and starting with our U.S. military, State Guard, Department of State Health Services, Hidalgo County Health and Human Service staff. We're very proud of this. I know that it doesn't get the notoriety it deserves, but sir, we're talking about health care. Look at this. A lot of people serving themselves to assist our own community. So I just want to give you that just for your information. I will bring final numbers by next meeting, but we're still tabulating all the last second numbers. But it's just a tremendous effort.
Awesome. Good job, Ed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Item 11B is requesting approval to submit application to participate in the Texas Project Public Health Ready cohort. The Project Public Health Ready is a criteria based on public health preparedness program that assesses local health departments' capacity and capabilities to plan for, respond, and overcome public health emergencies. Let me explain this. This is an accreditation. This is one of the toughest accreditations in the nation. There's only 3 cities in Texas that have this accreditation. We're going to go for it. You get this label, you get this accreditation, you're automatically subject to about 15% more in federal funding just by having this accreditation. It is extremely hard to get, but we're going to go for it with your permission.
Say aye. 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 Motion carries.
And I think we'll be able to do it, sir. I think it'll be good. Item C is requesting approval to accept Infectious Disease Control Unit Grant Contract Amendment 2016-003779-01. The purpose of the amendment is to amend certain contractual language as set forth in the contract to be added FY17 award allocation of $73,450 to extend the end of the contract term to August 31st, 2017. That's number 1, sir.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item C2 is requesting approval for county judge to e-sign the Infectious Disease Control Unit contract, grant contract, and related documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 3 says requesting approval of the certification of revenue in the amount of $73,450.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Number 4, sir, is requesting approval of the budget appropriations in the amount of $73,450.
Move for approval.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 5 is requesting approval of the salary schedule as attached.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item D, sir, we're not going to take no action on this item. I'll bring it back for next Commissioner's Court. There was a procedural step that I needed to follow up with the Auditor's Office on. Item E is immunization branch local contract. Requesting approval to accept the immunization branch local contract amendment 2016-0000022-02. The purpose of the amendment is to amend certain contractual language as set forth in the contract to add the FY17 award allocation of $674,320 to extend the contract term to August 31st, 2017.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
It's requesting approval for county judge to e-sign the immunization branch local contract, grant contract, and related documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E3 is requesting approval of the certification of revenue in the amount of $674,320.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Number 4 is requesting approval of budget appropriations in the amount of $674,320.
For approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And 5 is requesting approval of the salary schedule.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion
The
carries.
next item is immunization program income. Number 1, requesting approval of certification of revenue of $100,000 for the immunization program income. And then number 2 is requesting approval of the budget appropriations amount of $100,000.
Move for approval.
Again.
For 1
Those in
and 2.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
This grant you just approved, we give over 437,000 immunizations in this county. That is a lot of work. So item F, sir, is requesting approval to accept TBPC state grant contract number 2016-001417-01. The purpose of the amendment is to amend certain contractual language as set forth in the contract to add the FY17 award allocation of $605,561 to extend the end of the contract term to August 31st, 2017.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2 is requesting approval of the county judge to e-sign TB-PC state grant contract amendment and related documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3 is approval of the certification of revenue amount of $605,561.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 4 is requesting approval of the budget appropriations in the amount of $605,561 in grant funds and $121,100 in local matching fund. That's part of the budgetary components we've already met with.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 5, requesting approval of the salary schedule as indicated.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 5, TB control, next item, TB control program income. 1, requesting approval of certification of revenue in the amount of $20,000 for the TB control program income, and 2 is requesting approval of the budget appropriation in the amount of $20,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item G, healthcare funding district, sir, there is
You
no.
only got 120 there, and you mentioned 2.
Item 2, sir, I apologize. Item 2, sir, is requesting approval of the appropriation in the amount of $20,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, sir. Item G1, healthcare funding district, there is no action unless there's questions. And the next item, indigent health care program, there is no items unless there's any questions. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Eddie. Item 12, our Public Defender's Office.
Judge, if I may, I'll present for the Public Defender's Office. They're asking consideration approval to appoint a student volunteer, Janelli Ramos, who is with UTRGV. again, a volunteer at the Public Defender's intern, for an intern for a period of August 29th of this year through January 13th, 2017.
Everything in order?
Everything is in order.
Motion approved. Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Item 13, our IT department.
13A, good morning, Judge. Afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Let me go over the item, a little confusing. For the Planning Department, under the county's wireless platform, authorization, I'm sorry, I missed here. Authorization and approval to upgrade existing equipment service plan and to purchase new equipment with the service plans to the county's membership contract with Verizon. So we've got 5 equipment upgrades, and then 4 new activations, and then underneath 3 equipment upgrades for purchasing, or as listed on the grid.
Motion
Requesting your
approved.
approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Adult probation.
Item 14, our adult probation.
Item 14.
Anyone here from adult probation?
Judge, I'll go ahead and look at
All
that.
right.
Yes, it is, it's our DWI program income, our DWI grant program income. This is for May 2016. They're asking approval of certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor. And this is for the DWI grant program, and the income is in the amount of $2,065.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
The next action item would be the appropriation of the program income for the DWI in the amount of $2,065.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And for June 2016, they're asking approval of certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor for the DWI grant program income in the amount of $2,581.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And the second action item would be the approval of appropriation for the DWI program income in the amount of $2,581.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Item 15.
15A, Judge, good morning. Jaime Longoria with the Community Service Agency.
Morning,
It's discussion and possible action to authorize the surplus of obsolete items from the permanent inventory of the Hidalgo County Community Service Agency. The list is attached. Judge, this is all old equipment, old shredders, old computers. We've removed the hard disks and they're prepared.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Diana.
Urban County, item 16.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Yeah, I had my donut already, so I'm not hungry anymore. Okay, our first item on the agenda is request
Why don't you handle it?
Yes, sir.
of the Urban County Programs requesting approval of change order number 1 to a construction contract with OG Construction Company.
Move for approval.
Wait. I think it's going to step out. The judge is going to step out.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'm going to handle it.
Okay, you're headed. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a contract with OG Construction Company, LLC. This contract was awarded using the Texas General Land Office funds under contract number GLO 20589-000-6887. And this is for the Alberta Drain in Precinct 4.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And one abstention.
And the judge is abstaining. So we have a vote of 3-0 with the judge abstaining.
Thank you.
Item
Item
8-2.
2 is consideration and approval to authorize the county judge to sign any and all documents associated with the change orders and amendments pertaining to the General Land Office contract. I also have the authority to sign for the change orders, so I don't know what you would recommend, or would you rather have another member of the court?
I recommend you to sign it, I guess.
Or another member of the court could actually sign it too.
Who's your liaison?
Whose precinct is it?
My liaison is A.C. Cuellar, Commissioner A.C. Cuellar.
We'll do it.
Okay.
I need a motion and a
So
second.
moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously, and the
One
judge is
one
abstaining.
abstention.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item.
Item is 16B, subject to compliance with House Bill 1298 and when and if applicable, requesting acceptance and approval of work authorization number 1 with an estimated cost of $21,800 submitted Las Camarrea, LLC, doing business as Fulcrum Consulting Services, project engineer for the city of Ed Couch for a Parks and Recreational facilities line item.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item C is discussion and action on allowing the replacement of existing substandard units with new manufactured housing units. By way of background, we have the Housing Rehabilitation Program. We also have a high number of applicants from families living in substandard manufactured housing units. The approval of this request would allow us to replace the old mobile home unit with a new mobile home unit.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item D is also request of Bourbon County requesting the approval of a budget and program amendment for the city of La Jolla. The proposed amendment is for fiscal years 26 and 28, which is our 2013 and 2015 work plans. The amendment will add the 2014 street improvement project to both of the fiscal years to allow the expenditure of available funds for the project completion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E is requesting approval of a budget and program amendment for the city of San Juan. The proposed amendment is for fiscal years 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, which is 2010, 2011, 2012, 2014, and 2015 work plans. The amendment will add the 2015 and 2016 street improvement project to all years to allow the expenditure of available funds for this project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
F is subject to compliance with House Bill 1298 when and if applicable. The Urban County Program, on behalf of the City of Hidalgo, is requesting approval of a best and final negotiated contract for professional engineering services with Javier Hinojosa Engineering in the amount of $49,000, utilizing funding from 2014 and 2015 for their Parks and Recreational Facility line item.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item G is requesting approval of a budget and program amendment for the City of Penitas. The proposed amendment is for fiscal years 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015 work plans. The amendment will add the 2014 and 2015 street improvements project to all years to allow the expenditure of available funds.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, did I skip one?
Yeah.
Okay.
F2.
Let's go back to F2, please. Requesting approval of work authorization number 1, Hidalgo Park, in the amount of $49,000.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And then there was a motion on G.
On G, those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, item H, the approval of the Emergency Solution Grant subrecipient agreements for program year 29, which is what began July 1st, 2016. These are agreements with Catholic Charities in the amount of $170,420.57. Women Together with $200,958. Salvation Army with $243,585.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item I is requesting acceptance and action to correct the base bid from $266,440 to $264,840 due to the contractor's mathematical error.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2 is subject to compliance with House Bill 1298 when and if applicable. I'm sorry, 1295, when and if applicable. Urban County Program, on behalf of the City of Alamo, is requesting consideration and action to award and enter into construction contract with 2GS LLC. So I was still hungry.
You're probably thinking about your retirement, right?
I was, and it's getting better and better. I was just hoping to see what happened with the health district.
Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. Item J, resolution authorizing the renewal of a revolving line of credit with Lone Star National Bank of McAllen for the Urban County Program with authority for UCP to draw from such line of credit.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And I believe that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have another donut.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Item 17A, planning.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. TJ Arredondo for the record. The first item is Rancho Esquina subdivision, partial reimbursement in the amount of $2,000. We're recommending approval for that.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Next item is replacement of letter of credit in the amount of $8,015 for Evergreen Valley Estates Phase 1.
Yeah, TJ, hold on, please. Go ahead, sir.
Replacement of letter of credit for Evergreen Valley Estates Phase 1 in the amount of $8,015. We're recommending approval.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Next item is reappointment of members to the Hidalgo County Subdivision Advisory Board and the Hidalgo County Board of Billing Line Adjustment. We have Manuel Cantu for Precinct 2 and Leonel Garza for Precinct 4.
We're going to need a...
En Precinct 3 va a poner para atrás a Omar Ramón.
Oh, okay, that's a separate line item.
Separate item.
Yes, sir.
All right, as far as Manuel Cantu and Leonel Garza, need a motion?
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, next item is the appointment, or I guess reappointment of Mr. Omar Ramon for Hidalgo County Subdivision Advisory Board and the Hidalgo County Board of Building Line Adjustments.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 18, Precinct 2.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We are coming before you for approval to issue a check payable to the Texas Department of Transportation Trust Fund in the amount of $6,595.20 for the county's participation for construction and construction engineering direct state costs for the CR 653 Las Milpas Road over the South Floodway Channel off-system bridge replacement project, with authority for the county treasurer to issue the check after review, audit, and processing procedures are completed by the county auditor.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 19, Budget.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioner Sergio Cruz, Department of Budget Management. Item 19A, discussion, consideration, and approval to adopt the County of Hidalgo Title VI Non-Discrimination Plan to establish affirmative compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Acts of 1964 and other non-discrimination authorities.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 19B is approval of interlocal agreement between the County of Hidalgo and Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1, authorizing the sale, assignment, and transfer of engineering and appraisal services provided under contracts between Hidalgo County and TEDSI Infrastructure Group, Incorporated, and Leonel Garza Jr. and Associates, LLC, for the J09 drainage project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Judge, and just a future petition on this. The J09 is a major arterial that goes down on the northern west side of our district, and there's some added scope that we're trying to create after the rains of last year. So I'd petition Sergio if, in fact, we can possibly use some of that funding in regards to provide more storm sewer. Really, the J09 is a main arterial, but we still got to connect a lot of the subdivisions, colonias along the corridor. But it's probably one of those future considerations I'm going to ask the court to help at least mitigate the financial needs to provide drainage connections.
Basically, just to continue with the J09 project.
Yeah, it's just to
and
continue
do more
on
work
the
on
program.
it, using
so
the same funds.
If it's okay for the court, we were asking for some consideration. It's not a large amount. I think it's
$250,000.
Yeah,
is
we
what we'll be
pre-funded
getting
the
payment.
professional services, so we're just using it as a revolving door to be able to build more.
And we'll bring that item on a future agenda after we've received the funds from the Drainage District.
All right.
Item 19C, one is discussion, consideration, acceptance of the Regional Solid Waste Grant for fiscal year 2016-2017 in the amount of $16,278 with authority for the county judge to sign all required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 19C2,
And 3 is approval of certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor and appropriation of those funds for the Regional Solid Waste Grant fiscal year 2016-2017 in the amount of $16,278.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And that was for item 2 and 6, 2 and 3. Item 19D1, D1, 1 and 2 is approval of certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor for revenues received from the city of Wesco for the road improvement to 18th Street from FM 1015 to South Airport Drive, 18th Street through mile 5.5 and mile 5.5 north from South Airport to Pleasant View Drive, and appropriation of those funds into the Precinct 1 road maintenance account in the amount of $200,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 19E is approval of 2016 interfund transfer from countywide administration to the juvenile boot camp. Transfers in Fund 1295 in the amount of $713,251.92. These are to make up for revenues that have not been received by the boot camp.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 19E2 is approval of 2016 interfund transfer from transfer in general fund and transfer out health grants for fiscal year 7 into fiscal year 6 to fund the total local match required to accept the TBPC state grant contract in the amount of $121,112.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item 20, our purchasing.
Martha Salazar for the Purchasing Department, starting with item A. This is acceptance and approval of the final procurement packet for professional program management services for the new Hidalgo County Courthouse project. The RFQ itself was developed and drafted through Mr. Honorable Hawkins and Payton from Porter Hedges, and at this time we could entertain. We had put some packets in front of your desk, so you have that is information that is also going to be pertinent to
That's
our
on
discussions.
C. I mean, that's on the next item, right?
Correct. I had put some packets, there you go, what Commissioner has. Yes, Judge, we have a packet there in front of you. We have provided you, and we had emailed them earlier in the week also.
The RFQ package that they.
Marty, on the RFQ, on the scoring, is the
Yes,
scoring part of this item?
Yes, sir.
I saw something that wasn't on the last one, which was presently registered to perform project management services in Texas, 5 points. What is that?
That would be any kind of certifications that they may have a specialty in, so that
Such
you know
as?
that they are duly authorized to perform this kind of program, and then it's not someone.
But there's no actual certification for a project manager, is there?
Mr. Hawkins developed that, so I believe he knows that there is a certification.
Because I was told that there was not one in Texas.
Okay, so he may have taken it from. We can clarify that for you.
Or can we just put that in the other two items, which would be relevant program management experience?
Okay.
And/or relevant project management experience on courthouses?
All right. And if he tells me that they do not, there is no such certification.
That's why I moved those 5 points to something else.
Okay, remove it in its entirety and add it to the other one.
Right.
Okay. I'm having them take notes for
You
me.
can add it to the ones below, which still talk about experience. They talk about relevant project management experience and/or relevant program management experience on courthouses. Which one would you? And all I'm saying, because that certification doesn't exist, so how is anybody going to qualify for
So we're
those
going to
points?
eliminate that and just
I'm
allocate
on the
the
scoring.
points.
I'm the scoring.
What page is that in?
1 of 2 on Exhibit B. It's on the score.
There were two other questions that were posed, now that we're talking about the scoring sheet.
Okay.
From the judge's office. On the local presence, that gives you 5 points. That's at the end, correct?
Where's that one? Can you?
Local presence, it's the last 5 points to give you a total of 105. Okay. The question posed was this. If local presence is going to be defined as your principal office is locally, you may, or Is it that you have a like a
How about
substation?
50%, like a majority of your staff is local?
Okay.
Not your staff, the people that are going to work on this project.
So you're talking local presence as far as involvement.
Well, actually, I'll let the judge explain why he put that there, so that I
Right,
can
because
understand.
what we wanted to, the question posed by his staff to me was if they have a principal office, let's say in Houston or Dallas,
For example, Dannenbaum.
But has
Dannenbaum's
a-
principal office is not in the valley.
Okay.
And it's located in, I think it's in Houston.
Okay.
or maybe even Terracon, that type of people.
And how would you determine that? Is that something you can find on their website, or?
Well, they're going to have to explain to us where is their principal, that's what I said, we want to tweak it, where is their principal office? And what I suggested was if the principal office is other than in the valley, do they get only 2.5 points? If the principal office is in the valley, do they get all 5 points? How do you want to address that?
However the judge. I mean,
what we're trying to do is encourage them to use some local people.
but does that mean they're going to, if they have a local person as a sub, do they get the 5 points?
Well,
Yeah, my concern is a mere fact that, you're going to find these big companies that their principal offices aren't here, but they're using local subs. So for me as a grader, as long as they're using local subs, would that
They'll
qualify them?
Well, that's what the question that was posed to me. Is that the way you want to interpret it? That as long as they have.
I would imagine as long as their subs have an active role in the project, I would give them
a
the 5
subsidiary
points. It doesn't have
presence
to be
here.
their principal office.
Okay.
But if they're gonna allocate all their personnel to a local office here through subs,
They should get all 5 points.
Well, that's how I would interpret it.
That's
but-
fine.
But I just want clarification so I know what I'm doing. when I'm
Exactly. That's why I wanted to bring it to your attention.
Make it 2.5.
Or it can, however they want to do it.
Whatever. I don't.
It's just 5 points at this point.
Yeah, but he is.
Well, but he's an interested.
Hold on.
But he's an interested
they're submitting.
participant.
Point of clarification, Dynamite Engineering Corporation headquarters office is in Houston, but Dynamite Corporation is made up of a series of 9 separate companies.
Satellite station.
And our company, Mac Allen office, is here, and that's where our principal office would be.
Well, that's why I think we should.
We're just trying to vet something here.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. No. And he's a potential participant, so it's up to the court. How do you want to interpret that?
How did you want to interpret it, Judge?
Well, I wanted to encourage local participation, but.
If they're going to hire any subcontractors, they need to be on the campus.
Well, that brings up another
They need to
issue.
have a meaningful role, that's the problem. How do we determine that?
I think by the number that you have applying significant time on it, and I don't know if significant is 20 hours a week or.
Well, because it brings up another question that was posed by the judge's office also. Are we going to permit joint ventures on this program management services? In other words,
We can't prevent that.
well, but within that, do you want the principal to be able to do 70% of the work, 80% of the work?
I think
And let's say you have a program.
We'll be able to look at them and decide
that's
who's
our
best.
whole purpose, and us subjectively taking that into consideration.
But how do you allocate the points? That's what the question was posed to me.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, so joint ventures are permitted.
You're having it on the architectural side. I don't see why you're going to do a project management.
Correct, but on the architectural side, we have proposed in the past that the principal be responsible be able to do that type of work on a percentage, not just have it, let's say in reverse, that a middle person could present this as a joint venture, and yet they're not even involved in programming. But they do have a local presence.
How would you do that?
Like a marketing.
How would you determine what kind of role the principal has?
If the question is usually posed as that they would be conducting 80 to 90% of the
that's too high.
of the services,
There's
or
too
whatever
many-
it is, whatever you
There's
said.
too many specialties in this
Okay.
kind of building.
So I just posed the question that was asked to me. So I don't know if you all want to tweak that at all.
We're
But,
the ones grading
but
this,
you are
I think.
answering that joint
I think
ventures
we'll
would
be
be,
able
I think at the end of the day, we just look at it, try to interpret ourselves, and go at it. I mean,
Okay.
We're
This isn't any
comfortable.
more complicated than the architectural services. and
no,
everything
it's
else
not.
we've already-
So joint ventures would be permitted.
Right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure. Okay, so are we ready to accept item 1, the packet as it is?
I make a motion to accept item, what is it?
It's just one.
One.
A11, A11, right.
1A1. Oh, A1, A1.
A1.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Item 2.
Hold on.
No, we need to vote on it.
Oh, okay.
Is there a
Is there a
second?
second?
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2, which is Exhibit C that's attached in your packet, is the insurance requirements drafted and developed through our risk consultant, Mr. Charles Comiskey, along with some calls that we've made and Mr. Hawkins' input as to the proposed, and it's also attached, the Exhibit C, which you have in front of you. I mean,
Which
it was
is this
attached
one?
to your, it's attached here, to the, it's the last document attached to your Exhibit A, Exhibit B was the
Marty,
scoring sheet.
is it this one?
It's
No,
this
sir.
one. It's this
No,
one,
it's
Judge.
not it.
It's at the tail end of the.
Okay.
Of the
Oh, boy.
It's the last document in this packet, which gives you the limits of, as was discussed on a couple of,
And we spent, the judge and I and some staffers and Marty, we spent extensive amount of time on this. And if we can kind of work our way backwards on what Comiskey had recommended on the auto and the CGL was $1 million each, with the ELI having the umbrella of 10 million. Remember that?
Right.
That's not what we have here, though. We have 10 million on auto.
I think what I did
Right.
was, we asked him to put it in writing
Yeah.
what his recommendations were.
And-
Did he send us anything?
that's what you have in that little.
That's what this is, right?
Now, he did make a caveat, Mr. Hawkins did, I think it was Mr. Hawkins or Mr. Comiskey, that within the exhibit, there is an explanation on that it didn't have, that the 10 million is explained with one of the provisions, I can't remember my notes on it, that it actually was, that they didn't care how, that the county didn't care how you arrived, they just wanted that coverage. So it could be a combination of $1 million, that's what he was explaining yesterday in that phone call.
Okay. Well, if we look at the PLI, right, the professional liability insurance, right now with the architect, because of the poll, we're at $1 million. So when we ask them for a designated policy for this project, we're going to be able to see what that cost is. And so I think that if we ask for 10 million or 25 million or 50 million, we'll be able to see different costs for that. If we go with a program manager at 10 million, we're not going to know what that cost is. And we're not going to know if 10 million was cheap, should it have been 5 million, should it have been 25 million. So I think that we should do what we did with the architect, was bring them in at $1 million and then negotiate a higher amount. The judge has been talking about a higher amount. Let's see what those costs are and tell them, give us a cost for 5, 10, $20 million. Because we have, you have a chart here with all these professionals, and if each one having a dedicated policy is going to cost us $100,000, $300,000 more, it's going to add up. And that's going to come from our pocket. They're not going to absorb that.
Of course you're going to add it.
But he strongly recommended the 10 million
Well-
of the program manager.
As Mr. Comiskey and Mr. Hawkins concurred, stated, he didn't think any of those people interested in doing this type of work, he was almost absolutely sure that they all already had the coverage
But
to begin
a dedicated
with.
policy,
But to
they can't have a dedicated policy until they get hired.
No, I understand that, but he felt that anyone agreeing to get the 10 million, that wasn't going to be a deal breaker. Now,
It's not going to be a deal breaker because they're going to pass the cost to us.
well, but we
And then
don't
we're
have
going
to
to have
absorb
nine.
the entire
Then we're going to have
cost.
9 different costs passed to us. All I'm saying is we hire them, and then we ask them for what we want. And if it's minimal, if it's I don't know what the number is. If it's minimal, we say, great, let's go with 10 million. But if we don't see that, if we just ask for it, we're not going to see how much it costs us per professional. And this thing will get expensive quickly. I mean, this could be millions of dollars just in insurances. And insurance is important, but just like any insurance that we buy for ourselves, we look at price. How much is $20,000 limits? How much is $300,000 limits?
Now,
if not everybody would just go get $1 million limits if they didn't have a cost associated to it.
One of the, on the list server, and I passed that information on to you all in an email on Friday, and I also got clarification on Monday from Travis County. Most counties, and they were cities who were responding to me, because our listserv includes cities, counties, university districts, hospital districts. They up to $50 million projects, they usually will ask for $1 million or $2 million. Anything after 50, they would go with 5. That's what most of them answered. Now, Travis County has a project that is a civil and family courthouse downtown. The projected cost of that is $295 million. It was defeated in November, but one architect was hired to do some work along with the program manager that is in-house for Travis County. For that scope of work, which was not the complete design, their limits were $5 million.
Why are you against getting numbers?
No,
asking them for 10 million, seeing what it costs, and then we decide, because I'm telling you, this is going to get expensive. You have, the guy recommended that the landscape architect have $5 million. I mean, that's gonna get expensive.
No, Commissioner, I'm just telling you what information you would ask me to get.
And I would even agree with you on the surveyor that maybe $5 million is too much.
But Judge, like we've already negotiated the geotech, we've already negotiated the civil.
I don't think we
No, we haven't negotiated the geotech.
Either of them.
The civil, yes, you did off-site improvements for highway, it should be, say, 281, not 290.
Have we talked about insurance?
But we haven't, pardon me?
Have we talked insurance?
Not yet.
You all approved it as what the limits are under their pool.
But Judge, I agree that we want to have 10 million. I just want to know how much it costs. So that maybe we want 20 million. If it's very inexpensive, then let's get the most coverage. If we put it in the RFQ, we're not going to see what it costs. It's just going to get passed on to us, and it just makes it more expensive. That's my point.
So you're saying just everything under the negotiation, just say the $1 million.
Just like the architect, the architect will be negotiated by Marty. We're at $1 million now. And for sure on the CGL and auto, we get 10 million on the ELI, and then $1 million on the CGL and auto, and then if we want more than that, we see how much it costs.
Well, it's up to you all. I just need to know.
How about on the submittal, you just petition them to give you the coverages for $1 million, $5 million, $10 million?
Well, you mean what are they willing to give us as a dedicated policy? Shall we be more specific?
Because we want dedicated policies. I've heard
we
the
want
judge,
dedicated
and I agree
policies.
With him. We want dedicated policies.
Pick up the phone and say, I got a job to do, and
Yes.
so much, and how much will you charge me for this policy? I mean, I do it all the time.
So we want to know. Okay, so we can state, are you, the minimum? We want you to provide us
It's
your
$1 million, and
concurrence
we
to
want-
provide us either $1, $5, or $10 million dedicated
give
policies.
us all those 3 costs.
Okay.
Under the RFQ?
Well, no, it's once they're ranked.
Once they're ranked, okay.
The RFQ gives you only qualifications. They have to be qualified for you to even go there first.
Okay.
So
So I make a motion to have the insurance requirement from the project manager at $1 million, and then you'll negotiate more after
and that's
that.
$1 million across the board then. Everything
Yes.
reduces.
A minimum of $1 million.
A minimum of $1 million. But then we're going to ask for dedicated
With
policies.
the ability to require upon award dedicated policies with different amounts, with the premium amount shown to the county. Is that correct?
We want $1 million for now, just so that we can choose a project manager, and then we'll ask for we'll negotiate a $10 million policy.
Well, we're going to ask for $1 million dedicated with
minimum.
a maximum of possibly $10 million.
Well, I wouldn't put a maximum.
Okay.
You'll ask for
With
those costs later on.
Are you sure that's the way you want to do the program manager? I mean, that's going to be an important guy. And for him to be walking around with $1 million policy,
But we're going to negotiate it, Judge. We're going to see, what I'd like to see is how much does 5 million cost, how much does 10 million cost, and how much does 20 million cost? And so that if they're negligible numbers, then we can go as high as 20 million.
Another thing is that
Well,
at the
can
point
we
that
ask
you...
them in the process of ranking them?
No. You're going to base it on qualifications. Are they qualified to do the work? Period. Okay? You're going to advise them that part of their submission and their statement of qualifications, they may be called upon, if they're ranked number 1 or 2, whatever, that this would be the minimum insurance dedicated policies. We may start at $1 million, but it's subject to negotiation up, depending on what we find. However, Commissioner, one other thing is we can also have a strategy or negotiation strategy that the county doesn't necessarily have to absorb all the cost. You know, we can say, hey, you want to do business with us? You know, we may want to, we'll absorb half or 25% or whatever. But I think that's going to be something the court would decide later. But we're going to have to get to the ability to rank qualified firms first and then negotiate that. But we'll make them understand in the RFQ that $1 million is not necessarily what it's going to end up with. How are you going to
do that?
We're asking for a minimum with the possibility to do required. We're going to require dedicated policies commencing with at least $1 million, if not more.
Why can't we give specific numbers and request that we're going to ask you for 1, 5, and 10?
We can ask them that as soon as they are. We're just notifying them. Once they're ranked, then we're going to send out notices and say, look, we're going to start negotiations
with. You mean once we select the person?
Once you're ranked at number 1, and we start negotiating with number 1, we'll say, look, now we're going to negotiate. Tell me what your proposed fees are with dedicated policies at $1 million, $5 million, or $10 million.
And you got to go from 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, that's at the negotiations, but we're advising them the dedicated policies are going to be required, plus the minimum with the possibility of larger amounts. That's just to inform them. But you're not going to get that in their SOQs.
You ought to be upfront with them and tell them we're going to be requiring, at least for the program manager.
But
we are being upfront.
I think the architect is the most important professional we're going to hire, and we have them at $1 million, and we all know that we're not going to ask them for $1 million policy.
I don't think we've got them at $1 million, do we?
Absolutely. That's what the pool
Well, that's
says.
what the pool requires, with the understanding that they may be asked for more.
Exactly the same thing that we're going to do on the project.
It's ridiculous to hire somebody, an architect, for $1 million.
I agree, but that's the way we're set up, and that we can't negotiate a higher amount till later.
Judge, you are going to be disclosing to them that dedicated policies will be required at the point of negotiations, and that the minimum amount may be $1 million, and Hidalgo County's option to consider 5 or 10, or any other amount that can be negotiated. But that's the point of negotiations. That's when they'll submit to you what, once you rank them and you start negotiating, this is what we propose to charge
How are we
you.
going to be negotiating? Because, I mean, the way things are done, sometimes you're the one who does it, or somebody else does it, and we never find out until...
Well, you haven't selected the committee yet, number 1, and then you're going to designate the negotiation committee.
May I just interrupt?
And I think Mr. Hawkins is going to help you at that point, too.
Just for explanation purposes, right now it's RFQ, request for qualifications. That's the first thing you do, and you go through the request for qualifications to determine the people who have submitted who are qualified to do the job. Then you rank those. And then you rank them in order of their qualifications. Then you go to the most highly ranked, and you start negotiating the contract. That's a separate step. So that's where this really comes in.
So we don't have to take action on it right now?
No, so right now, I think what you're trying to do is just give them an idea of what you may require
Exactly.
during the negotiation phase.
Another thing we could do,
Hold on,
that's what I'm saying.
it's almost getting simple here. So we can move forward without the insurance?
Well,
except
I think you do owe them the knowledge of, okay, if you submit and you are selected the highest ranked qualifier, you should be prepared to negotiate
Exactly.
terms of your contract consistent with what's been disclosed to you in the RFQ process.
I agree.
And they should know that if we're going to be looking for a $10 million policy and they don't have the capability of producing that, don't bid. Or don't
submit for qualification.
Okay.
And I was going to suggest, once they submit their statement of qualifications, and we can probably include that, is they're going to tell you what projects they've done. We can ask, have you had dedicated policies? Yes or no? What have they been? That you could also gather information that way.
How do you suggest we let them know, Steve, that?
I would just say that when you got the request for qualifications, you will say that the highest ranked awarded professional will be required to have at least a minimum of $1 million dedicated policy.
Exhibit is going to go out.
And let's see if that says that already.
No, it says 10 million.
So basically what you're trying to do by using 10 million, just on the other, explain this, is you're trying to cull people who are submitting their response to RFQ to people who have that type of ability to get that kind of insurance, in this case $10 million. So you're already culling people out that could not
qualify. As long as they know up front that they're going to be requested, perhaps to provide a dedicated $10 million policy.
Up to maybe.
I would say 5 to 10.
So you would rather I say?
I just want to see what it costs. And I just want the opportunity to see how much all these dedicated $10 million policies are going to add up to. And I think that we'll be able to do that, and then we'll be able to see.
Well, why don't we just ask them to let us know as part of the RFQ?
Can we do 5 and 10 just so that you can compare the number,
sure,
Judge?
That would be fine.
What about the ability to provide a minimum policy of 5 to 10 million?
Well, Commissioner Cantu wants to hear numbers.
Well, we hear numbers in the second phase,
but ability,
right?
Yeah, that's a good word there. To put
the ability to
get it, because you can't get it, you
a
won't
$5
get
to $10 million
dedicated.
Or they must have the ability.
They're the only ones that will know what it costs, though.
Well,
no, the ability to get it is
no, the ability. You don't know their history, their claims history. Their claims history may not even permit them to acquire it.
Okay.
But as the comfort level there is that Mr. Comiskey and Mr. Hawkins did say that they felt that the qualified firms at the very minimum already carried it and felt that that wouldn't be a problem. But then that's just their experience, what they were talking about.
All right.
So we'll change that to a minimum of 5 with a possibility of 10.
Or with possibility of an amount in excess of 5.
In excess of 5. There we go. Okay.
And we'll hold off on the CGL, auto, and ELI.
Those all are going to have to, as they start coming, you're going to hold off on
setting those amounts.
Well, but the exhibit goes along with the RFQ packet.
Well, I would say then $1 million on CGL, $1 million on auto, with ELI at 10, which is what Comiskey had said.
Employer's liability, which is.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, the umbrella at 10.
The umbrella, which is that ELI, right?
No, I think it might be something separate.
Okay.
He just said umbrella.
All right. So it's at a minimum of 5 to the first one, with a possibility of
10.
More than 5.
Or more than 5.
Right.
More than 5. And then you want on item 1.2 general. 1.3, which is the other ones?
CGL, auto, and ELI. Those are $1 million.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You want all those at a minimum of $1 million. With
and
a
then
possibility
with an umbrella of 10 million, which is what Comiskey said.
Million. Okay. Okay.
Is that a motion? Is that an?
Yes, we need it approved with those
How do I do it, Steve?
We're talking.
I make a motion.
Right. I make a motion.
Of the adjustments that were made on Exhibit
to the adjustments.
C.
And you have those.
Let's cover
Yes,
them again.
I have somebody here taking the notes feverishly here.
So I make a motion that we start at 1 million, letting them know that we're going to consider.
You said 5.
No, but he's talking about everything else. Everything else would be at. I thought we had decided that it would be a minimum of 5 with a possibility of more.
I know that's.
But you want to see still the $1 million.
But we did say 5, that's why I was correcting it.
For the
Dedicated, the PLI.
for the PLI, professional liability.
Judge, I'll work with you. I'll make that motion that we start with a minimum of 5 million on the PLI.
With the possibility of more than 5 million, and then everything else is
At a
minimum
million.
of 1 million
With an umbrella of 10 million.
with 10 million. Okay,
It's not,
and that's all due to negotiation.
not that expensive.
Yeah.
5 to 10. I think it's,
On the PLI or on the
The
auto and all
umbrella.
that? On the umbrella, right?
yeah,
No, on the umbrella, we'll look for 10.
yeah.
Now, everything else on here is
Well, that's a
something for us
motion.
to consider as each
As
one
we
of
go
these
through it.
comes up, okay?
Second.
Oh, good.
Okay.
All right, so we did action on one, now we
You
do
did
action on
what we
two.
just did?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a motion and a
What'd you do,
second.
Charlie? Just repeat it again?
I'm gonna rely on the CD.
Yeah. Are you serious, Joe? Ano man to? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
On the publication sites, I didn't know whether you wanted the extra expense of major newspaper publications. We're going to go ahead and do the AIA sites. We're going to do any other sites that are web-based that get the word out, But I didn't know if you wanted to do maybe San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. Those can be pricey in major newspapers. It's up to you.
Is there any kind of a trade periodical or something?
Well, no, we're going to go ahead and include those in any kind of web periodicals that we can find, web-based. So other than the Monitor plus anything else we can get it on our webs, it's going to be on our website. Any other websites we can get it on, is that sufficient for you all?
People will find out that court.
The word's out already, I'm sure.
People will
All
find
right,
out.
so it's going to just be our normal plus any websites we can do without any cost.
Okay.
All right, may I have just approval of that on B?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And C is just to make sure that I get the final approval from Mr. Crane on the form of the packets on legal notice before we release
So
it.
moved.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, going on to item 2, requesting exemption from competitive bidding requirements pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 262-024-A7A, items for which competition is precluded because of the existence of patents, copyrights, and secret processes.
Motion approved.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item B is approval of sole source declaration with options to provide turnkey solutions for Drone Dynamics LLC for the purchase of unmanned aircraft systems to be used by Hidalgo County Emergency Management Department and all other county elected
One of those
offices,
cheap
departments,
ones, one of those
programs, or
big ones.
agencies. Pardon me?
One of those cheap ones or the expensive ones?
No, these are not cheap. To include all funding sources with said declaration to remain in effect while we have that equipment.
Those would be great for those fires and stuff like that, no?
And any torrential rain situations, yes, and the
Move for
fires.
approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Approval for the executive office to purchase the complete professional services UAV robotics program for 1-year term to include consultation, legal, regulatory, public relations, consultation, best practices, drone operations training program, and certification in drone dynamics public safety development equipment bundle in the amount of $109,304.
Move for approval.
Second.
Yeah, that answers your question, Commissioner.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3 is requesting exemption from competitive bidding requirements 262-024-A7, an item that can only be obtained from one source.
Motion approved.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
This is approval of a sole source declaration for Computing Systems Innovations for the purchase of interfacing software product with Tyler Technologies Odyssey's Criminal Justice Information System for the provision of redaction services due to recent changes in the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, expanding the number of data types deemed sensitive and therefore subject to redaction, commencing with Hidalgo County District Clerk, and all other related elected offices, departments, programs, or agencies, when and if applicable.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Action to correct the current approved pool of professional appraisal service providers and review appraisal service providers from 5 to 4 due to an incomplete statement of qualifications discovered during the nomination process. We discovered there was going to be the firms scored, and we discovered that one of them was incomplete and thus can't be considered. So we're correcting the applicable pool right now. I need action on A.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
B, due to the reduction of the current approved pool, professional services and review appraisal service providers, and with the continuous demand for such services, we're asking approval to advertise a procurement packet and approve the procurement packet for the expansion of the current pool of professional appraisal and review appraisal service providers so as to increase the pool with expiration of said expansions to coincide with the current pool's expiration of 3/16/17.
Move for approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
5 is authority to exercise the one-year extension option as provided under the current contract with traffic, road signs, and orders related and other related miscellaneous equipment under the same rates, terms, and conditions with Delta Specialty Supply.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 6, through Hidalgo County's membership and participation with the Cooperative Purchasing Network, acceptance of a rebate check from Office Depot, one of their awarded vendors, of $161.42.
For approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item under Precinct 1, item B1, no action for A and B. That'll be brought back next week. Item 2, acceptance and approval of the interlocal agreement between Hidalgo County and Drainage District Number 1 for the provision of joint efforts for the Mile 6 West and Mile 14 area drainage improvement project, also known as El Obispado subdivision.
Move for approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
And B
unanimously.
is acceptance and approval of the interlocal agreement project improvements to Mile 6 and Mile 6 West and Mile 14 drainage improvement project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 3A, a recommendation by project engineer Lefevre Engineering to award the base bid to the responsible vendor submitting the lowest and best bid, meeting all specifications, RDH Site and Concrete LLC of Palmview, Texas. The base bid in the amount of $1,097,337.27 for paving and drainage improvements of Gooley Road.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
2, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code in the interest of expediting the project's progress, approval for Commissioner or designee Raul Lozano to execute change orders as listed on this, with the limitations as listed on this agenda caption.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4, authority to advertise and approval of the RFP plans and specs, the front-end documents attached, developed, and drafted through the project engineer TEDSI Infrastructure for Precinct 1 for the following road improvement projects. Project number 289, Nittler Road Improvements. Item B is project number 290, which is Mile 9 Road Improvements.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Precinct 2, this is requesting exemption from competitive bidding requirements, Texas Local Government Code 262-024A4, professional service.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously.
Presentation of the scoring grid for the purpose of ranking by Commissioners Court of those professional engineering services providers nominated: B to Z Engineering at 98, South Texas Infrastructure Group 97, Javier Hinojosa at 95. Does the court wish to rank them in the order of the scores?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
C is authority for purchasing to negotiate a professional services agreement with commencing with the number 1 ranked firm of B to Z for engineering services.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 2, pursuant to contract number 424, Article 14, between Hidalgo County Precinct 2 and Cruz Hogan Consultants, a request for approval for the engineer to permit subcontracting of Robles and Associates Land Surveyor in connection with Work Authorization 1 for Precinct 2, Plena Vista Subdivision Road and Drainage Improvements.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 3 is acceptance and approval of work authorization 1 with an estimated cost of $124,484.50 as submitted through LNG Consulting Engineers to provide general engineering consulting services for the Dicker Road project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, item D1 for Precinct 3, recommendation by project engineer LNG Engineering to award the base bid only to the responsible vendor submitting the lowest and best bid while meeting all specifications, that is LNG Construction Company of Mercedes, Texas, in the amount of $3,128,120.40 for project.
Is there,
Marty.
wait a minute, can we either get A or B or what?
Well, I was just confirming with your staff that they want A only.
Wait a minute, where's Sergio?
No, yeah.
Sergio, who'd you talk to, Raul? Or something?
No, I talked to
Okay,
Sergio
'cause
this morning.
It was Ms. Ceballos who said it would only be A.
Yeah, for right now.
But I don't know if you,
We can go and switch some monies around, right?
do you want to do an emergency transfer?
Yeah, the intent, I believe, what it is, it's a drainage asset, and you can clarify, Sergio. This is one that will be acquired by the drainage district.
Correct.
We
This
talked
is-
about potentially pre-funding, at least doing the B. You got a base bid, and
This
you
is the
got
joint
some
project with the
alternates.
Drainage District.
Just so they're
They've already agreed to purchase this asset once we've completed construction of it. We purchased the land last year, and we're looking at this right now. We
Get
would
Norma,
have to move
when you-
around.
When we approve this, call her and let her know what's going on,
Okay.
all right? For approval on B.
Second.
You don't
So
want
A,
no
no?
action on A.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, no action on A.
No action on A.
No action on it.
We will need to bring this back for funding. We would
Yeah.
have to bring back some courts, some
Yeah, but
options for
we'll
the
go
court
ahead
next
and
week.
see for the whole thing.
Yeah, so it's going to be D1B, subject to
Yeah,
funding.
but that's on B, so it would be with alternates 1 and 2, subject to funding, the total amount would be $4,645,975.
Yeah,
Okay,
Second.
and no action on A.
on A.
Okay.
So we got a motion and a second.
Motion on B.
There a second?
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, E1, Precinct 4. Presentation of the scoring grid. On that one, we are asking for it being, that's the one Commissioner told would be brought next week,
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
right? Because we left out one thing. On item F, no action on item E in its entirety.
E is no action?
Yeah, E, on A and B. E is IT. Pursuant to a current agreement with Civic Plus under the sole source declaration since 2010, and with subsequent amendments, acceptance and approval of the invoices is detailed on the attachment, starting January 1st of 16 through August 1st of 16, $6,247.80 plus some additional charges of $156.69 for the intrusion detection and prevention services, distributed denial of services required to address an urgent security denial of services attack on Hidalgo County's webpage, web presence reported by Civic Plus during the first week of 2016.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
On B, due to the urgent and necessary action required to resolve the denial of services attack, requesting approval of an exception to Hidalgo County's purchasing policies and procedures, Articles 9.01.02D and 9.0202D, and further detailed in the attached supporting documentation, so as to permit the submission of a requisition for the processing of a PO with said amounts to include the rest of the year as well through December of 2016 for payment of the invoices presented in the previous item from Civic Plus with authority for the county treasurer to issue payment after all auditing procedures are completed.
F1B.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item G, this is Health and Human Services. We're going to request authority to purchase influenza vaccines through our membership participation with TPAS, that's a state co-op, and contract, which is the contract number 269-M2 in the amount of $78,609.90
Move
for
for-
requisition as stated.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
On facilities management, acceptance and approval of certificate of substantial completion from contractor CAS for the renovation of the new county autopsy facility as submitted and certified through SMB Infrastructure. That is still pending. It will not be complete until SMB signs off on that certification, but that is due to be done.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2 is approval to purchase one new replacement 150-ton train chiller for the county courthouse located in the basement in the amount of $87,690 through our membership through TASB Buy Board's awarded vendor train contract 458-14, which includes the chiller, electrical crane welder service, technician installation, all of the subsequent services, and 1-year warranty.
Actually,
Move for approval.
move approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And this one on I-1, A and B, we're requesting no action until next week. Is that the one that I told you about, Linda? Yes, that's the one we're asking for. Now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Executive office.
Mr. Guerra?
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Item 21A for under Facilities Manager, we're requesting authority for our county judge to sign the inspection response forms. This is the one that states all violations cited and that have been corrected from the Texas Department of License Regulation, Compliance Division, Architectural Barriers, i.e. ADA. And this would be for Hidalgo County Courthouse Annex Expansion Modulars, Hidalgo County Courthouse Annex Additions, which are the modulars, and Hidalgo County Precinct 1 Constable's Office.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item B is approval request by the City of Edinburgh Fire Department for the use of the Administration Building parking lot located at the southeast corner of South Business Highway 281 and Canton Road. This is to conduct their annual hose test on Monday, August 8th, 15th, 22nd, 29th of this year from 5:30 to 10.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And Judge, Commissioners, just for the record, this is something that we do work with the city every year. And so I do know one said August 8th, but this is an annual event. We do work with them, and they do provide all the required, or all the requirements that we require of them for us. Item C is approval to submit an application at the Texas Facilities Commission for the Federal Surplus Property Program to receive federal surplus property and authorize an authority for the county judge to sign the documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item D is approval for the county judge to sign a certificate for Clifton Higher Education Facilities Finance Corporation Educational Revenue and Refundable Bonds, which is IDEA Public Schools, Series 2016A, Series 2016B, and this is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code. Judge, Commissioners, this is an item that you have seen before in the Commissioners Court. I work with legal counsel. There is no there is no impact to the county. This is an IRS requirement.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E, Judge, Commissioners, I'm asking for payment of an invoice, and this is in accordance with our accounting procedures manual, which is our within our food policy. This obviously is with the authority of the county treasurer to issue check after review and auditing procedures are completed by our county auditor. I'm asking for a civil service commission meeting held on July 28th of this year for Jason Stelly in the amount of $39.40.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, item F is under our Colonia Access Program. We do have Mr. John Paul Lugo in the audience if there's any questions. It's discussion, consideration, and possible action for approval of funding agreement for Border Colonia Access Program, third call amendment number 10. And this will adjust the cost on the following projects: Barbosa Lopez number 3, Flora Subdivision, La Pampa Subdivision, Martin Subdivision, and Southern Valley Estate Subdivisions. The adjustments go up and down accordingly with respect to what's on the agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
With that being said, let me read the next two, which is under item F1 and 2. This officially cancels two population allocation projects, which would be La Fuente Subdivision, Palm Lakes Estate number 1 Subdivision. If I could have action on that.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And the second one would be officially adding two population allocation projects, which would be El Paraíso Subdivision and Palm Subdivision Number 2.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And Judge Commissioners, item G, I'm asking the court to accept the settlement from a MoneyGram. Let me start again. Start again. I'm asking approval to accept settlement, MoneyGram from Erlinda Sandoval in the amount of $521.60. This will settle an accident claim with a vehicle, one of our county vehicles, I'm sorry.
Actually, it's a money order, right?
Yes.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And Judge, we do have closed session.
We have
I'm sorry, we do have
under
open
open forum, and do we have any presenters? Bob?
Yes, and let me just real quickly go through the ones that I believe have already spoken. Dr. Juan De Leon Jr., Fern McClarity, Norma Saldaña, Hilda Garcia on behalf of Pedro Alvarez,
Why don't we just ask?
Virginia Townsend, Eva Garcia, and Maria Gomez, and Casey Fletcher. Oh, Mr. Fletcher. As always, I'll ask the audience to please respect the speaker's time at the podium. Mr. Fletcher, it's 3 minutes, and I will let you know when you're down to 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon now, Judge and Commissioners. I'm really here to talk on a different subject, but while I'm here, I'd like to make a general suggestion, man. I'm not a parliamentary expert, but there's such a thing as rescinding a vote and tabling for more information and research. Now, I originally signed up because of the new Hidalgo County Courthouse that we're expecting. And in the newspaper, I noticed on the outside there's a shady deal that's about to go down, in my opinion. And I'm a board member of the South Texas Tree Council. And it's made up of really tree professionals, college professors. So those are all the smarty plants, we call them. And I'm just a board member. I'm a veterinarian. I'd like to thank the public for paying their state taxes to put me through veterinary school. But being a veterinarian, you might say, well, what veterinary medicine have to do with trees? Well, cats like to climb them, and both the tree and the dogs got bark. And if you think that's terrible, I think it's a more terrible idea to have palm trees, which I consider a tree weed. Try to get under the shade of a palm tree with the sun moving around. You end up out in the middle of the street where the shade is. And palm trees are expensive to maintain, and you can't get rid of the palm fronds. They're indestructible. And also, the most disturbing is a 30-foot orange tree, which originates from South Asia. It's from a very rainy section of the world. So putting those out there, you're going to go to take a drink at the drinking fountain or flush the toilet in the new Hidalgo courthouse and not have any water, because each of those 33-foot trees, if they drop an orange, you can incapacitate a person, but that's good because you're close to the courts to sue. You go to drink the water, and it's not there because each one of those trees requires up to 350 gallons of water a day. So I recommend the Tamaulipan thorn forest. And you're talking about the architects. I say, what are those architects thinking about? Thank you.
Thank you. And Judge Commissioners, we do have one last presenter, Ms. Opal Billman.
Community property owned by Joe Billman and me is almost 80 acres of farmland with an income-producing RV park. The court determined our community property to be excess land with no value. The court granted us 15 years to earn $650,000, divided it 59% to Joe and 41% to me. I appealed this judgment to the 13th Appellate Court. The Appellate Court affirmed the decision with specific instruction that all other property owned by Opal and Joe Billman remained owned equally by Opal and Joe Billman. That would be all of our authentic income-producing community property, which the court took over. At this point, all court efforts in this action for a divorce settlement became everybody's bright idea. First, Joe could buy my community property with my divorce settlement. What divorce settlement? Secondly, the Secretary of State could certify a corporation for our community property. What requirement must be met before a corporation can be formed? I called the Secretary of State with questions. Who are the board of directors? I was told, we can't tell you. That's privileged information. And both the state and Federal Securities Exchange Commission said they had no information about so-called corporations. The corporations claim to be selling our community property. Banks are handing out big sums of money to people borrowing money and placing big liens on our debt-free community property. Where are the bank examiners? I have spoken to the bankers. They just read me a deed. Who is writing the deeds? And more importantly, who is proving that the deeds are genuine? Joe and I have sold none of our community property. Joe's estate is owned by his 3 heirs, and my community property is mine. It's been 20 years. Remove trespassers from our land and release us and our property from court control. Thank you.
No, thank you, ma'am. Judge Commissioners, we have no more speakers.
All right, then pursuant to 551, 071, and 072 of the Texas Government Code, I would entertain a motion to proceed to executive session.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will be in executive session. All right, we're back in open session.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Under item 20, I'm sorry, not 24, 25. Item 25, open session. 25A, real estate acquisition appropriation for same. There's no action to be taken. 25B, pending under potential litigation. There's no action to be taken. 25C, civil action number 716CV00184, County of Hidalgo versus Overcome Insurance Company. We'll just proceed as directed. Nothing to act on today. Item 25D, pending under potential litigation, referencing contract number C050008-02, Juvenile Justice Center. Judge Commissioners, I'd like to refer back to item 24, requesting exemption from competitive bidding requirements under the Texas Local Government Code, section 262-02484, a professional service for the provision of legal services representation in connection with litigation. Motion to that effect, please.
Make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And one abstention.
Okay, and item, and then.
Motion carries. Sorry.
24, Monica, we'll need the abstention, please. And 24B, requesting engagement with the firm of Vicente Gonzalez for the provision of legal services representation in connection with litigation, and authority to submit a letter of engagement subject to compliance with House Bill 1295 and again specific to item 25D, pending potential litigation, contract number C0500700802, Juvenile Justice Center.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
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 And one abstention. Motion carries.
Okay. And 25E, again, pending potential or under pending potential litigation, interlocal cooperation agreement between the County of Hidalgo, City of FAR, City of San Juan, City of McAllen concerning the development of a regional linear park from South San Antonio Avenue West to South 2nd Street. Judge Commissioners, I'd like to refer back to item 24, requesting exemption from competitive bidder requirements under the Texas Local Government Code 262-02484, a professional service for the provision of legal services representation in connection with litigation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
24B, requesting engagement with the firm of Atlas Holland Rodriguez for the provision of legal services representation in connection with litigation and authority to submit a letter of engagement subject to compliance with House Bill 2085. Again, subject to item 25E,
I got it.
any potential litigation, which is the inter-cooperation agreement between Hidalgo County, City of FAR, City of San Juan, City of McAllen, and again, this is on the Regional Linear Park project.
Move to approve.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 25F, claim of Ignacio Cantu. Judge Commissioners, I would like some authority to make an offer in the amount of $3,161.14. For the record, this would, if accepted, includes a total release, as we would, it includes property and bodily injury.
Approve. Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
25G, claim of Juana Leticia Zuniga. Judge Commissioners, I'd like to make a settlement offer in the amount of $200.
Move to approve. Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
Judge Commissioners, for the record, we are having Commissioners Court next week on the 16th. There is a need to have Commissioners Court on the 16th.
What day is that?
That is Tuesday next week, and we were going back to our regular time, 9 for the Drainage District, 9:30 for Commissioners Court.
All right.
Okay, there's no
Need a
reason-
motion to adjourn?
So move. Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.